Hello and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series, where yesterday Brian Rahman became our first player through to Saturday's finals night. This afternoon, one of the most stacked Group C campaigns we have ever seen here at the Live Lounge gets underway, and it promises to be a thrilling session of dart-in drama. Paul Nicholson is alongside me to preview everything we've got coming up. But first of all, a word on Brian Rahman. Mightily impressive the way he took care of that Group A campaign, especially when you take into consideration that he so recently had shoulder surgery and, of course, had the disappointment of losing his tour card.
Yeah, I think he's taken a lot of the disappointments over the last year or so very well indeed. And I think his philosophy coming into this week was very strong. His great games were excellent to watch, and he was very pleased with some of the levels of performance. But even when he played poorly, he was still picking up points. Particularly that game with Kurt Parry yesterday, we all thought that it was going to be a real stonker, but it turned out to be a bit of a stinker. But he still won the game, still managed to get what he needed out of it. And even when he lost, he was very philosophical about, okay, it's just a little dent in what is going to be a potentially long week. But like Chris Mason said yesterday, of all of the people in Group A who needed that break the most, it was definitely Brian.
Absolutely. And when we have a little look at the group breakdown, I think I can say with some confidence on Monday morning, not a single person here at the Live Lounge expected us to be talking about Alex Spellman looking forward to a Group C campaign. He just played with shackles on throughout that campaign, didn't he? Didn't really show any signs of freedom. Yeah,
we talked about Brian knowing exactly what he was going to be up against. There were going to be ups and downs. But I think Alex was almost shocked going into Tuesday morning as to what was coming from the dartboard. He was almost lost because he kept dragging that dart to the left. And it wasn't just hitting fives when he was going for treble 20s. He was hitting sevens, going for 19s. So he just felt like something wasn't clicking right. He's had overnight to try and fix it. Now that the slate is wiped clean, I'll be interested to see what he does over the next couple of days.
How do you address that? How do you try and rectify it?
First thing you need to do is address what is going wrong. If you don't know, ask for help. If he's sought help or he's figured it out, then you've got to try and figure out in your own mind or with some assistance how to put it right quickly. Fixing things on the fly is one of the hardest things to do in this sport.
Really excited to see James Wilson in action in Group C. Yes, he lost his tour card, but when you have a look at some of his performance levels on the Pro Tour last year, still got the better of the likes of Luke Humphreys, Nathan Aspinall, so he's playing quite well.
I don't think James has played poorly for years. We're talking about someone who's been towards the top of the rankings in the BDO, a period of, over 10 years ago. He's got a great amount of talent and a great deal of positivity as well. He'll want to be here on Saturday night, and he'll love the look of this group. And I think the fact that some other somewhat big hitters that he knows of are in this group, that will fire him up. But if he can find the confidence that he really wants to find, then he could do anything he wants here. He's a fabulous player, and he's definitely not finished yet.
Yeah, he's second favourite in Group C behind Connor Scutt. Really excited to see him in action as well. Of course, he showed what he can do on the Ali Pali stage in December. Really impressive against Krzysztof Kachuk, wasn't he?
Yeah, I remember a couple of years ago when he made his debut in Southampton. Didn't know a great deal about him. I was asking all of my friends in Surrey, what does Connor bring to the dartboard? And they said he's exciting. He just needs a bit of time to get used to being at this level. And he was brilliant in Southampton. He was fast and furious, and he found a new level as well. Took it to the tour quite quickly, but now that he's back here, I saw him this morning at around 11 a.m. and I think he was very much ready for this challenge, which is going to be a year-long challenge. Expect to see a lot of him with success.
Yeah, I think one other thing that stood out when we saw him at Ali Pali in December, he's got that on-stage presence now that maybe he didn't have previously.
Yeah, I think that comes with experience. He's been in some great venues over the last couple of years, European Tour venues, Minehead, Alexandra Palace is under his belt now. I think he's had a taste of what top-level darts could give him, but now he's back to where he was before, albeit in a very different venue. But he's more prepared for this than he was before. We are going to put pressure on him because we expect from him. He is the favourite for this group in my eyes. So it's up to him to come up here and do what he does and to be the player that he wants to be going forward.
Yeah, he's the favourite for the group, and he's second favourite to go on and make Champions Week at 10-3. This is the bet builder for this afternoon session. The first selection is actually really interesting. Budgen against Hoogen. Of course, Hoogen was the winner in this one yesterday. That rounded off our Group A campaign. Do you see value there in Budgen minus 1.5?
Yeah, I can actually. I can see that game being 4-2 to Budgen. 4-1 possibly, but it very much depends on what Tom Hoogen has got in the way of belief. Our second one there, Scutt against Spellman, highest checker for Scutt. You're going to see him going some very creative ways. Yeah. He's very similar to Brian Roman in that respect. Maybe not as unconventional, but he does have his own little tricks up his sleeve. And as for Sykes against Wilson, that one is 50-50, just like the odds, because Wilson and Sykes against each other, both from Yorkshire. That is going to be a great game, but that could go either way.
Yes, Scutt might make our spotter sweat once again, but it is Sykes in action first, and he's been chatting to Chris Mason.
Afternoon, Tom. Welcome back to the Super Series. How have things been?
Very good, yeah. A lot of practice been going in over the last couple of months, and I'm ready to go again, yeah.
Yeah, fond memories of here, of course. The last time you were here, in the afternoon, you won a vault series, and then on the night, you went and lifted the ADC belt, and you did it in some style, beating Chris Quantock in that match with a 98 average. So you must feel very comfortable here.
Yeah. It's a nice place to be. It's a nice throw up there. So yeah, I'm good. I'm confident. I'll be all right this week, I think.
Yeah, punched in some good numbers at Q School. How do you feel it went for you?
I've played better in my life, but you know, it's one of them, innit?
It's timing, isn't it? Just
keep going, aren't you? So,
getting it right in that week. Obviously, first of all, ambitions here is to win it on Saturday night and get through to Champions Week. Ambitions for 2024?
I haven't really got any, to be fair. I just keep going as it is. Obviously, qualify for here this week if I can, and then we'll just see where it takes me after that.
Great stuff. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Right then, up first this afternoon, ADC Yorkshire and Humber player Tom Sykes takes to the stage, a stage he has, of course, had success on before. He's taken on Tom Hoogen, who had a really difficult time of it in Group A. We predicted he would, really. His recent numbers indicated that he'd struggle to find the level required. He did sign off from Group A with a win, though, a lovely 117 finish to come through a decider against Lee Budgen. And he was so thrilled, he forgot to take his darts out of the board. Good to see that he's got them back for this afternoon's action anyway. To see which of the Toms takes the points in this one, let's hand over to Paul Nicholson, and a very good afternoon to Chris Mason.
Afternoon, Abby. Afternoon, everybody. Oh, what a session this could be. And we start, well, with double Tom. Yeah, I retrieved the darts for Hoogen after he took out a 117. He wanted to leave them in there for a while. Our referee for this afternoon, Charlie Colstefine. And I was impressed with the last time we saw Tom Sykes. As I said in that quick interview I had with him, he won in the afternoon in the vault, which I thought was maybe a little dodgy 100. To play all afternoon and then play a long match where he averaged 98, Nico, in beating Chris Quantock. And that was over a long game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I believe there were 15 legs in that match. And we don't have long to wait before our first maximum of this Group C campaign. Maybe a sign that this one is going to take the standard up a notch. With the addition of Tom and of Connor Scutt and of James Wilson, we are very 100. Excited about the possibilities of the two going through.
Yeah, what's going to be shocking is we're going to lose one of or two of Connor Scutt, Alex Spellman, Tom Sykes and James Wilson. This is a real toughie. Double 16. Well, what a start. A 12 dart leg and a max in there.
He came with a little bit of a reputation starting to flourish at the end of 2023. This could be a really big season for Tom Sykes.
77.
Yorkshire Darts has had new players coming through for the last 40 years. Maybe even longer than that. But they are already looking at the next crop of players, and that does include Bo Greaves, the two-time ladies champion as well. Tom Sykes is one of the better players coming through from the next crop.
Yeah, well, Yorkshire has always been a phenomenal county for darts over the years.
93.
undoubtedly one of the strongest county teams in the history of that system, alongside Lancashire, which was always
94.
a battle of the roses, wasn't it? There was always a fabulous tie.
This is not an ideal start for the day for Tom van den Hoogen, because well, we've got someone who's more hungry than someone who's been starved of darts for months.
Yeah, but the thing is, he had put in all that practice leading up to Q School, which I did mention to him, and something you had a deeper look at, Nico. He punched in some great numbers in Q School. So he comes here fresh
100.
and well practiced. And that win against Chris Quantock to win that ADC belt looks even better when you think Chris went on that night to win the week.
Requires 76.
Yes, he did. And you will see Quantock later on in Group B. Double 8. And this really is very Cameron Crabtree-like as far as the first game of a Thursday is concerned. Because you remember what happened a year ago when Cam Crabtree made his debut? He was averaging a certain 115.62.
99.
And up until that 99, that's exactly what Tom Sykes was doing.
Spooky. He was a player that we were really excited to see.
180.
As Tom van den Hoogen pops in a 180 of his own.
That's only his 7th of the week.
100.
And Sykes has already got 2 in his first game.
Well, we gave him the build-up all week, Nico, didn't we? We were excited to see him here.
99.
And in a group of this quality.
I think he might have looked at the names like Spellman, Scutt and Wilson and said, you know what, they're not going to have it all their own way. I'm here to spoil the party. He did not
21.
make the Saturday night the first time he was here. And I don't think that sat very well with him.
Yeah, I think that was the lack of experience in this environment. I think he would have learned so much
82.
over the months away and playing Challenge Tour. And like I said, then when he returned,
57.
he played beautifully here.
140.
So we're not shocked to see him playing at this level.
This is a very difficult 60 to find.
42.
That's why he didn't go for it.
Tommy require 144.
Shots on, another. He went to try and nestle it underneath, didn't he?
84.
That's why he missed it left.
Didn't go for the open bed. But there's pressure on the 98 now. He's found the 57, once tops.
78.
Well, that's the
Tommy
miss
requires 60.
for van den Hoogen this week, the slightly low shot. Sykes goes for tops. First start missed at a double, but not for long.
Tom Sykes.
And didn't adjust his feet. He stayed in that position for the double 10. That always fascinates me. That
he's very natural, isn't he?
Yeah, very reactive, very creative, and an exciting prospect.
58.
You don't need to be a genius to work out the 2 words going through Tom van den Hoogen's mind right now. Oh no.
Or my favourite. Oh
60.
dear.
Still think you should get T-shirts for that on. It's not as if van den Hoogen is
80.
playing poorly compared to the rest of his week. In fact, his running average for the week, 74.72, and this is more than 10 points better, but he's up against somebody who was on a different planet.
Yeah, well, we use the averages as a guide of what we can expect. And his seasonal average, Nico, is about 0.6 higher than his running average for the week.
So he's a 74 average player.
Yeah, which is what we expected coming in on Monday.
And that's what he got yesterday as well, as an individual day average, 74.18. So we know pretty much what we're going to get from him.
Yeah. Over the course of a big sample
57.
of 15 matches, he's more or less bang on his seasonal average. Very much like Lee Budgen, who was not too far off of his seasonal numbers. The big one that was a mile away was Alex Spellman, 82-24 for 15 matches over the course of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Coming into this
60.
week,
Tommy
his seasonal average was 89 over a big sample.
There's double 16, and there's no pressure on it.
17.
But there might be when he comes back.
Yeah, little scoreboard pressure. There may be a bit of scoreboard pressure after this visit.
100. Tom, you require 32.
He seems to have lost his range on the treble 20 a little bit over the last couple of legs, Sykes.
Game shot.
And he will have to play it in a fifth
Tom
leg
Hoogen.
at least. However, that was
Fifth leg is
only a
Tom
hold of
Sykes
throw
to
for Tom.
first.
If he's
Game
going to get out of this with his third win of the week, he's going to have to break twice. And the only person he's beaten this week is also in this group.
140.
Lee Budgen, his victim on Monday and yesterday.
Yeah, for me, coming in on Monday, if you don't know
23.
or you weren't watching, first of all, why not? He came in late, just had 20 or so minutes to prepare for his
97.
opening game, and then Wednesday, he was pretty much had one eye on this Group C. But it was a great
86.
117 that Tom van den Hoogen took out.
His second biggest finish of the week. His best being, funnily enough, a 122 against Lee Budgen.
58.
Watch out for that fixture a little bit later on. And that will be game number 11 today.
He will be out for some revenge. I think we'll see a different Lee Budgen, and we're going to have
57.
to in this group. See an example of the kind of levels that this man is capable of.
170.
I think that's the first 170 of the week.
It is.
I really like that approach. When he's been good in this game,
30.
he's been
Tom, you
awesome.
require 36.
Double 9.
Game
And Tom
shot,
Sykes wins
and
his
the
first
match.
game of the
Tom
campaign
Sykes.
with a very impressive performance. It's not as high as he was in the first couple of legs, but my word, that will settle him down and give him confidence going into his entire campaign. Checkout percentage 57%, high checkout of 121 in the first leg, and an average almost 93. He will take that, that's for sure. Tom off to a losing start, but he's got 9 games left to make his impression felt over the next couple of days. We're going to get our first ever Modus Super Series look at James Wilson next, and he's up against the aforementioned Lee Budgen.
Right then, really looking forward to seeing James Wilson in action here at the Super Series. As we mentioned at the top of the show, he may have fallen off the main PDC tour, but still recorded some very impressive victories at the back end of 2023. He's up against Lee Budgen, who endured a disastrous start to Group A on Monday, arrived 25 minutes before his opening match got underway, went on to lose all 5 games, and from there was always chasing. How much will he benefit here from the slate being wiped clean today? Let's find out in the company of Nico and Mace.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, talking of numbers, myself and Paul were having a little dig about. Despite losing his card pool over the last 12 months, James Wilson has averaged 89.57.
First leg, it's James to throw first.
Who would
Game
think
on.
that would no longer be enough to retain a card?
Well, this is information for a lot of people who may be watching this thinking, I can do this. If you want to know what is good enough to get on the
58.
tour and stay on the tour, it doesn't start with a 9 anymore. Think again.
Well, even that's not guaranteed. The player we're going to see up next, Connor Scutt, 91.67
90.
for the entirety of 2023.
Yeah, welcome to a new world of darts right now, where players like this, who 10 years ago could call
100.
themselves a world number 1 in a system, because that's what James Wilson was in the BDO.
Yeah, I know. And a BDO,
46.
well, one of their majors. I would have thought they would have classed the World Trophy as one of their majors, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just that as well.
93.
He won the Finder Darts Masters in 2013.
That was a TV event, wasn't it?
Absolutely right. In that final, he beat a certain Stephen Bunting. Does that put it into
62.
some sort of perspective because of what Bunting was doing around about that time?
Yeah, that makes that win look even better. Prolific back then in
60.
terms of hitting 180s as well. I remember seeing him at a couple of tournaments, and it was no surprise to me from around 2010 onwards that what he went on to
98.
achieve within that BDO system.
And you don't become a bad dart player overnight. He is not a bad dart player. He's still an excellent player.
He's had a few injury woes, hasn't he, over the years
100.
Yeah, he
that
had-
held him back.
He had eye surgery a couple of years ago, and that was an awful situation for him to go through. I think it was over 6 months he was waiting for a specific surgery.
100.
And it's something
James,
that
you
when
require
you
90.
listen to the intricacies of it, it really is something that needed to happen. Double 18 for James.
Game shot on the first
And there's a
leg.
sign that he's
James
still got it.
Wilson.
And with open arms here at the MODUS Super Series, we are really
Second leg,
happy
it's
to
Lee
have you.
throw first. Game on.
Is he called Jammy Dodger now? Is he called Lethal Biscuit? Make up your own mind, but on the back of his shirt it's got Jammy Dodger. So let's go with that one for now. But as far as Lee Budgen's
140.
concerned, it's been a really tricky week. He didn't get off to the best start on Monday. Played somewhat better each day since then,
85.
but maybe not good enough with those accumulative numbers to get through this group. He's going to have to find, I think, maybe about 5% minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember the issues he
42.
had over the Jammy Dodger trademark. Did you know about the Mike Gregory situation back in the day?
No.
Yeah, well, he obviously his
83.
initials were MG, so the logo of MG he copied with the whole shape and design, and of course he was in every TV tournament. They got wind of it and put a stop to it, which surprised me because what great advertisement and free.
Welcome to the modern business world.
Yeah, I wonder how the
60.
Pikachu situation is.
Hey, remember what happened with Raymond van Barneveld in the Barney thing?
Yeah, there was another one. Yeah, that's right.
You got to be careful.
81.
That's why my asset logo was just a little different to the Avengers logo.
What's your trademarks nowadays?
58. Lee require 104.
Budgen would like to make Ton Plus finishes his trademark. They haven't been so far this week. In fact, his best came yesterday, 113.
84.
I'd be surprised if these two haven't run into each other over the course of the last few years, because they are not that far apart.
No, I was going to suggest that, Paul, that
96. Lee, you
they must
require
know each
20.
other fairly well. They're not too far away from each other.
Game shot on
That's
the
a lovely
second
dart from
leg.
Lee. Really
Budgen.
good technique, and that hit the board with real punctuation.
Yeah, that was thrown into the
Third
double
leg, it's
rather than
James to throw
at
first.
it. These two
95.
would play in all the local cash tournaments. Hence the reason why I think they must have, or their paths must have crossed at some point.
60.
This has got a lovely rhythm to it.
When James Wilson won the World Trophy back in 2014, he beat Ross Montgomery in a
123.
high-class final at 13-11. Great 24-leg match. He beat a somewhat forgotten dart player in the semi-finals by the name of Paul Jennings from
140.
County Durham, who has been to 2 Lakeside quarter-finals. And he beat a certain Jeffrey de Graaf in the quarters, who has just got his tour card back,
92.
who is now representing Sweden. He had a pretty good Worlds, didn't he? Did Jeffrey the Giraffe, as we call him.
Well, he had a good time down here, didn't he?
I think Jeffrey's a great player.
So do I.
96.
But with one hand, we have players taken away. And with the other, we are gifted players like Scutt, like Wilson, and many others.
58.
And it's imperative for them, this place, in their rebuilding process.
Is it important from that fact that they get back on the horse
140.
fairly quickly? They don't leave it
James
too
Reply,
late.
Yeah.
133.
And just a, if it's been a lean season, which for most players it would be, hence why you lose your card, the fact that you wouldn't have had any sort of
93.
stage
Lee requires
experience
65.
unless you'd qualified for the odd Euro Tour or got a stage game at the Players' Champs and the UK Open, if you got in the Players' Champs, then for me, this is just the ideal place to rebuild. Double 11.
Had it confirmed by the referee.
Well, is that out of the
43.
Brian Roman checkout
James
book?
required 40.
Double top for James, and everybody on the planet will go for tops in this particular scenario.
Game shot on the third.
And James gets a
leg.
2-1 lead.
James
With the
Wilson.
exclusion of Scott Williams.
Oh, he'd probably go
8 double 16.
Fourth leg,
16
it's
double
Lee to throw
12.
First. Game on.
Well, James Wilson yet to miss a dart at a double.
100.
If you'd have said to James when he went to the PDC system that he'd have 10 years, 'cause that's what he had, and he wouldn't win a PDC title,
125.
what would he have said at the start of 2014 if you'd have said that to him?
I don't think he would have been particularly enamoured by that. I mean, he left the BDO, didn't he, as a world number one?
As many have.
Yeah, Bunting was another one, wasn't he?
94.
Well, surprisingly, the first max of the match going the way of Budgen.
As I reminded you this morning,
100.
very recently in fact, James is now over 50 and he has a different route to success. You can look at the likes of John Henderson now.
60.
He lost his card
Lee
12 months
required
ago. He came here, had
121.
immediate success. And played pretty well on the Challenge Tour as well. Now, James did not play in the Challenge Tour recently. So he might be looking at this place
45.
for success. And also seniors darts, which made you very interested, didn't it, Chris?
100. Lee requires 76.
Yeah, I think my ambition of winning one of those is slowly but surely evaporating.
Yeah, don't do yourself short. You've won one of these. Double top.
56.
Chance for Wilson.
James required
4 18s and bullseye for a
122.
3-1 advantage. The man who is now 51 years of age.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't go to Challenge Tour does indicate, Nico, he may have, like you say, different
90.
avenues in
Lee
2024.
required 20.
And that's great that you've got those options now.
That one did go in the board with a bit of a wobble.
15.
And that offers a great chance
James
for Wilson
required
to get that
32.
two-leg cushion.
And there is more senior events on this weekend, isn't there? Qualifiers and Open Series and the week after.
Game shot.
Oh, how good is that?
James
Wonderfully
Wilson.
done. Now, his reputation coming into this stage of his career, we still think he can get a lot of 180s. He hasn't got one yet, but we'll press
Fifth
the
leg, it's
pause on
James
that.
to throw first. Game on.
There's another couple of things that come to mind when I think about James Wilson. And there are other things I want to talk about with him, but is this the first 180? He's got form for that. He's done that before.
180.
He did it on the European Tour, I'm sure. It's one of the best 180s we've ever seen, that one.
It was a James Richardson. Oh, what a reply.
180.
Well, we waited till leg 4 for a max. And now we've had 3.
One of the things I was going to say before he hit that 180 was
57.
he's had 2 of the most ridiculous bounce outs we've ever seen. If you've not seen them before, please go to YouTube after this
100.
session and put in the search engine James Wilson funny bounce out. They are hilarious.
58.
Elaborate, Nico. Come on, quick.
I'll show you after this match.
Well, if you went up and placed a dart in the treble 20 with his style, that's exactly where you put the
125.
dart.
But he is someone that we expect to get maximums from. And on the dartboard, he's a bit of a demon. But
What's that?
he is one of the
117.
happiest
Lee
people
required
on the planet. He's
96.
positively Andy Smith-esque.
Have you seen a picture of him lately?
Skinny. Skinny 19.
58. James, you require
Might be 19s
89.
that provide the route to the win for the Jammy Dodger. 3 of them would leave double 16, which he's already hit.
He's not missed. A dart had a double. Will he find the button?
64. Lee, you required 38.
That's hit it once. Needs to hit it again.
Game shot
And
on the
does.
fifth lay.
Now
Lee
within
Budgen.
1. Are you a fan of dart players putting dartboards in their
Sixth leg,
dart
it's
shirts
Lee's to
just
throw
to enforce
first.
that it is
Game
actually a
on.
darts shirt? Well, if you weren't in any doubt, or sorry, if you had any doubt there, James Wilson's shirt is a dart shirt because of the 8,524 dartboards on it.
60.
But when I look at that shirt, it almost reminds me of a very famous purpley orange soda that I mentioned
57.
to you earlier on. Brings back good memories. It almost looks like a tequila sunrise, doesn't it?
Now you're talking.
139.
This game might just be getting going. There we are. We don't have dartboards of that colour on the wall. Be fun if we did.
99.
Old school.
The last time I remember when you didn't have a 20 segment that had a red treble and a black single was in Bullseye in the early seasons where the 20 was a white one.
140.
Well, not white. It was more like a cream, wasn't it? Budgen has left a bogey number, but he's got at least 6 darts from this position. Could
Our
be off it.
director just asked me if I play bullseye. How old does he think I am?
He might play on the new one. It's being brought back, isn't it?
134.
I could have gone on the new one, but I declined. As I do when things aren't enough money.
Have you heard who they're going to have to present it?
125.
Paddy
McGuinness.
Lee
Yeah.
required 28.
I think that'd be great. I love the one that Richard Ashdown did recently when they had it on that game show thing.
Double 8. Takes his time to get himself into position. And does a
Game
very good
shot
job
sixth
in the
leg.
end.
That'll
Lee
hurt.
Budgen.
I think
Seventh and
James
final
was
leg. It's James
very
to throw
much
first. Game
in
on.
the zone there.
Well, when you look at the numbers, Nico, I'm not shocked to have seen this one going all the way. Both
Are you
players
surprised
averaging.
to see
57.
Lee averaging around about 93 at the start?
I am. But he's been around that number in the entirety of this match, as James Wilson has. So
45.
It did have 3-3 written all over it. Remember, Wilson did have a match start at the ball.
100.
For 4-1.
And over the last decade, the majority of the matches that James Wilson's been playing have been best of 11.
100.
That's our fourth 180 of this contest. 3 of them to that man right there.
Well, we did feel he was going to be one of the players to benefit, as you said, and rightly
55.
said. His campaign got bogged down really early on Monday after getting stuck in traffic for hours. And he never really recovered. Lost all of his matches on Monday, didn't he?
He did. He's in a pretty decent position in this game. Like Mace mentioned, he's faced a match start.
47.
And he's still got 6 starts from 2-2-3 to get 2 valuable starting points in a 2-day group. We spoke yesterday about the fact that Group C is arguably the hardest to win this week.
97.
6 players in it. 10 games instead of 15 in Group A. And 2 spots available for Saturday night.
60. Lee require 126.
Now it's 6 starts from 1-2-6. He doesn't have to go 19s. Single 12 surely.
86.
Exactly the right play when you've got that big white flight in the way of the single 20. But maybe a fact that James Wilson will have to lick his wounds after this one. Oh my, what an approach that is. Just in case
40.
Lee Budgen stutters. Does he?
20.
He does. Now James Wilson's got 3 darts to win it.
Yeah,
James
and that's
require 8.
the power of scoreboard pressure, isn't it, Paul?
We're about to find out just how good that 174 was. One left.
Game.
And he
shot,
finds the
and
target.
match. James
7 legs of
Wilson.
mayhem there between the 2 from the north of England. You can see what the Jammy Dodger thinks of that one. That's his debut match under his belt, but it was not an easy one at all. His average in the end was a good 5 points behind that of Lee Budgen, who did have 3 clean match darts at tops to get the win, but he has to settle for just 3 legs in the end. We waited a long time to see Connor Scutt come back to the MODUS Super Series. His return will be next, and it's up against Alex Spellman.
Well, this next match really could be a Super Series spectacular. Connor Scutt, who made the quarterfinal and had 2 runs to the last 16 during the opening weekend of Challenge Tour action in Milton Keynes, beating the likes of John Henderson, Nico Springer and Tom Sykes, who he'll take on a little later on in Group C. Up against Alex Spellman first, though, to complete our opening round of fixtures. We were all left scratching our heads over the American's performance level in Group A earlier this week. We spoke on Monday about the huge range he has, but yesterday really seemed to get bogged down by the situation that he found himself in. Will he play with more freedom today? Well, let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, this is fascinating. Certainly didn't expect to see Connor back. But again, it's an opportunity to go through a rebuilding process, and well, no better place to do it. And
First leg, it's Connor to throw first.
2023 actually made a final of a Pro Tour, beating en route the likes of Gary Anderson and GM Van Veen. Does have a seriously high ceiling. This man has averaged 82 for the week. This was a man that came in on Monday morning, one of the hot favourites, not only to win Group A, but to win Week 10.
When I saw that Connor Scutt was playing this week, I got immediately excited because I've been very intrigued by his journey over the last couple of years. And I know that he'll want to get back to the PDC Tour next year, but he doesn't look too far ahead.
81.
That's one of his gifts. He's always been someone who just relishes the challenge that is right in front of him.
Yeah, I got to know Connor really well, and I've known his manager Brian for decades. And when he went to Q School 2 years ago, I was of the sort of feeling, well, it actually won't be
60. It
won't do him any harm to maybe have another year of evolving, because he sort of fast-tracked himself, and that's down to his ability. But
96.
Sometimes some things can come around a little bit too quickly, and listen, it won't have done any damage, but ultimately it's a step back to take 2 steps forwards, in my opinion.
Couldn't agree more.
You require 152.
Needs another. Ah, the first little glimpse of just how creative he can be.
111.
Yeah, he's far from conventional.
That first dart, for his liking, was probably too far to the bottom of the 60. And because if you look at his darts hitting the board, they do have a tendency to wobble just a little bit.
41.
He played what was a very smart percentage player there.
Game
and
shot
that
first leg.
is a first leg in the bank in 17 darts. Very tidy indeed for Sniper.
Second leg, it's Alex.
Yeah, I don't think he would have been a fan of the old unicorn board. He'd have spent more time picking them off the floor. They enter the board quite lightly and on an upward trajectory.
140.
This is the first time I've seen Connor play with flights that have 6 sides. In previous times, he's played with kite-shaped flights, so this is something he's obviously worked on, and he feels like this is the time to put them into play.
Well, the bigger flight's a lot more forgiving. And by that, I mean, when you...
85.
Nico's just pointed out the flights again of Alex Spellman. We'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah, so the flight he was using...
60.
If there's a flaw at release, by the time it gets to the board, it's magnified. With a bigger flight, they're less likely to...
96.
Well, the flaw is less likely to be exaggerated.
Yeah, smaller the flight, the better you got to be.
Yeah.
Whereas if you have a slightly bigger flight, and this
96.
is a 6-sided flight that isn't massively different to the kite shape. It's actually the smallest one next to it. So this is a gradual change he's made. It's not like he's gone to the big wing hexagonal flight that Alex has got here. But then again,
80.
if you'd have thrown those flights on the floor, I'm not sure how to pick them up.
Well, I'll tell you why I don't like them. I've looked into all the aerodynamic
96. Alex require
science behind
100.
darts and everything else, the fact that they're crumpled at the back will affect their speed of flight. Hence, where they land in the board. That's why you can't play
60.
with flights
Connie,
that are like
require
that, damaged and
158.
curled up, and you wouldn't have a plane wing like that, would you?
That's the risk right there.
80. Alex require 40.
And it's things like that over the next 10 or 11 months that need to be ironed out. Double 10 for Spellman.
I know that Connor likes this
Game
style
shot
of
on the
dart,
second
but when you
leg.
have
Alex Spellman.
a dart that has the weight taken out at the front end,
Third leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
he will have issues with that.
We have seen quite a few people using this type of dart. Simon Whitlock, Brian Rahman.
131.
And they all land the dart very upright.
Yeah.
Because they're throwing from that scalloped area towards the back of the barrel. And when you do that, your darts will land upright.
Well, the weep and wibble is exaggerated,
134.
so it doesn't have enough time to get to its most aerodynamic, stable spot or place in the air.
100.
I've just been looking up the town where Alex Spellman is from. It's apparently a place called Boone in North Carolina. He's very close to a lot of borders,
45.
state borders. You've got Tennessee to the left. You've got West Virginia to the north. You've got Georgia to the south.
21.
And the biggest city close to him is Charlotte, which is something I thought was quite appropriate for you.
Yeah, I've actually flown into there randomly.
Have you?
Yeah.
They actually had
140.
a WDF World Cup there. And I know about that because John Henderson told me it was a great trip.
133.
I didn't get to see much of it. A bit like the missus, really.
Yeah, wherever he flies from, it's a bit of a drive. But then again,
96.
don't talk to
Connie
anybody
require
about drives to the airport
160.
apart from Jacob Taylor. It's an overnight job for him. Spellman's going to get a look for 2-1.
42.
And he's
Alex
going to look at
require
the treble that
86.
Connor's just missed.
It is funny how we moan in this country about driving. As you would know, well know in Australia,
61.
a Super League game
Connie
would be
requires
100 mile
74.
away.
Double 10 for Scutt for another 17 darter. Move to his right on that shot.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
works.
third leg. Connor Scutt.
Probably still trying to find his feet in this venue that he's never played in
Fourth leg,
before.
it's Alex to throw first.
Yeah, well,
Game
him
on.
and James Wilson, although obviously James more experienced, he would have had a little bit of trepidation before the off today just to get used to the environment and the format. And of course, since the last time Connor played in what was then the live league, everything has changed.
117.
Yeah, fair to say that the room they used to play in was about 2/3 the size of the stage, if not a little bit smaller.
Yeah, it was a
135.
soundproof box, basically.
Sign of the times. What was necessary for 2021?
98.
Not that much of a commute either for Connor, who is from Surrey.
58.
So he will be loving the fact that this playing arena is so close to home. 90 minutes tops.
Yeah.
There's
80.
another one on the floor. So we're going to put it out there. First thing he needs to fix in the next month, not necessarily eliminate, but minimize the amount of darts that happen
140.
to find the carpet. That's his job, as well as playing well.
140.
You can see
Alex
the effect
required
that his points are
43.
having on that small 20 because they're going in at such an upright angle. Double 9. And a chance for
25.
Scutt for
Connie
3-1.
requires 66.
Plenty of options here. 42 for 24 is the chosen route. Double six. Only just, though.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Connor Scutt.
Hey, what that camera angle did illustrate that he did say hello to that flight in the
Fifth leg,
treble
it's Connor to
14 at the
throw
start of that
first. Game
combination.
on.
And that should never happen when you're going for a double 12. Doesn't matter how upright that dart is.
93.
Yeah, the throw of, or should I say the grip of Connor's is quite complex. He actually pushes up
84.
during the actual forward motion of the throw. And that will make the dart unstable in the air, which
58.
is sometimes you will have that issue where it's dart on dart rather than point on wire.
It will be quite a thing to watch in slow motion. That's for sure. And one of the reasons why he
45.
pushes up is because he's one of those players that isn't the tallest, but then again, is there an advantage to being slightly taller in darts?
60.
Is there an optimal height? Maybe.
Yeah, we think around 5'9", 5'10", don't we?
Didn't do me any good. I'm 5'9".
Need some of them Cuban heels or whatever they are.
I've worn everything else.
Some Tom
39.
Cruises.
He
60.
walks away with a trebleless visit there. And had he got one treble, he's forcing Spellman to get two. Did anybody think
96.
that Spellman would not make Saturday? Not a chance.
Nope.
On Monday morning, I thought, just give him the ticket now. He's going to get through whatever group he plays in.
60.
At the minute, we are very keen to see where he stands after Thursday.
And that's been the issue, hasn't it? The lateral drift to the left.
85.
Great adjustment
Connie
with dart
require
3.
170.
Don't be shocked. He does love a 170.
60. Alex require 152.
Two treble 20s for double 16. That's about as perfect as it gets for him.
140.
Connor's first
Connie require 110.
realistic chance of making this count the best way possible.
50. Alex
Spellman
require
needs sixes
12.
now. It has been hit by Sniper. Can work in from that one.
Game shot on the fifth
Does
leg.
well.
Alex Spellman.
Still in the match, and we saw what happened in the previous game. It looked all done and dusted,
Sixth leg.
but
It's Alex
Budgen
to throw
got back
first.
into it.
Game on.
And then mismatched darts at the end. Can Spellman take us that far in this third game of the day? The encouraging thing from this game is that he has not been missing as many darts to the left as he has
180.
in the last couple of days. And that's his first 180 of the day to add to his tally of 12 for the week.
46.
Didn't Simon Whitlock have an issue, and he threw a similar dart where he had a lot of darts on the floor, which is why he introduced those very
100.
aggressive points, but ultimately had to change the dart, didn't he?
Correct. Went to something a bit more conventional. It is a very
81.
fine balancing act when you've got a dart of this shape.
And a dart needs to be balanced, doesn't it? Depending on barrel length, point length, stem length, flight style and
85.
size, that all has to balance out. It has to be as aerodynamic and as neutral as possible
96.
upon release.
Alex require 136.
And again, there's so many variables of point of release of throw, speed through the air of the throw.
128.
Yesterday, he did change his approach from 56. Started using treble 16 a bit more. And he is staying with that plan right now.
100.
Yeah, well,
Alex
tops was
require
a
8.
nightmare for him, wasn't it?
Game shot on the
Double
sixth
4 has
leg.
worked immediately,
Alex
and we
Spellman.
go the distance for the second game in succession. Who will win? Scutt on
Seventh and
throw,
final
or will
leg. It's Connor to
Spellman
throw first. Game on.
start his day with a break? in a game sense. That would give him a bit of confidence ahead of a game with Tom Sykes in game 5.
57.
57 has left himself a little vulnerable, but not currently being punished by Spellman.
44.
We have received a bit of news this morning via social media. And unfortunately, it's not good news
100.
for the MODUS Super Series because one of our weekly champions, Steve West, who has had recent hip surgery, has informed the world via social media that he will not be fit in
60.
time for Champions Week. So the 4-time weekly winner who has not won a series yet is unfortunately going to have to wait until later in
98.
2024. So commiserations to our good friend and close pal Steve. Get yourself well, and we will be waiting for your return. But unfortunately, Westy will not be part of Champions Week now.
Yeah, sad news.
95.
All of us here wishing him well with his recovery, which sadly is just going to take a bit longer, but ultimately
58.
it's a good thing for the future that he doesn't risk it and do more damage.
By the way, you know, I mentioned that Alex Spellman lives in a town called Boone. Remember the TV show
44.
Boone with Michael Elphick?
Yeah.
Am I showing my age with that now? You know, it was on between 86 and 95. I didn't realise it was on until
140.
95.
Well, it's Steve Brown's birthday today, the creator and leader in terms of the JDC. So we wish Steve Brown a happy birthday from all of us here
100. Connor, you require
at
48.
the Super Series. I thought he was about 39 or 40. He's a couple of years older than that, which makes me feel almost prehistoric. Because when he was a
40.
kid coming home from
Alex
school, I used to practice in his dad's
158.
pub, and I was already pretty much a full-time pro by then, and he was a 13, 14-year-old boy.
Does Spellman fancy a 158 to finish the game? Would have been some comeback on that shot.
84.
Scutt's already
Connor, you
missed 2
require
match darts. How many does he need? More than
No
5.
score. Alex, you require 74.
He will be livid if he walks away with a defeat here. He was 3-1 up.
Oh, Spellman's going to have to hit the ball if he doesn't hit the treble 15. Double 10, what a bonus.
54.
For the second consecutive game, we go 4-3 with
Connor, you
both players
require 8.
missing a match shot. Double 2.
Game, shot.
That's a valuable
and the
2
match.
points for Connor Scutt, who
Scutt.
gets the game won on his 8th match start. Alex couldn't quite complete the comeback, but on the bright side, Spellman did play better on the whole in that game than he did in all of Group A. Scutt off with a bit of a stuttery one, but if that's going to be his bad performance, he's still going to walk away with the points sometimes, and he did just there. The end of round 1, that's it. We come back with Tom van den Hoogen, and he's up against James Wilson after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. James Wilson made an impressive start to life here at the Live Lounge this afternoon, embroiled in a really tasty tussle, but got the better of Lee Budgen in a decider. 57% checkout success in that match. Next up for him, Tom van den Hoogen, who was swept aside in our opening game of the day by a superb Sykes. Of course, only won the 2 games this week, but I'm sure he'll be learning a lot about himself and his game as the week goes on. Can he make life difficult for Jammy Dodger in this one? To guide you through the action, let's get back to Nico and Mace.
I can't think of another sport, Abby, where you can see it making things difficult for Jammy Dodger.
Tom to throw first. Game on.
Or maybe that's just me being ignorant when it comes to other sports. But I don't think there's a better sport in the world than this one we got right here. Tom van den Hoogen, who lost his first game 4-1 to Sykes of Yorkshire, is now up against another Yorkshireman in the shape of the more experienced James Wilson, who just about came away with a win in Game 2 against Lee Budgen. Got a maximum in that game, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, which is very useful indeed in this format.
26.
But did have to dodge 3 match darts from Budgen, and all of them were at tops.
Well, Nico, I got you a little bit of insight into
60.
the flight situation with regards to Connor Scutt.
180.
It's now with Condor, which is they're a manufacturer of that flight stem system, aren't they?
I'll be interested to hear from Connor as to whether he wants kite-shaped flights or whether he is settling for 6-sided flights. If he wants kite-shaped flights, I don't mean to get on my soapbox or anything, but you need to use what you need to use. Get the scissors out.
85. Tom, you require 112.
Do a Taylor. Or a Chisnell and get the aerosol cans out.
40. James, you require 142.
That's a true story. I want yellow flights. I'm making myself. Effectively
60.
what Dave did.
Tom, you require
He wanted
72.
bright yellow flights, so he just says, I'll get them spray painted then. Genius. Double 16.
40. James, you require 82.
A bit of genius needed from James Wilson.
Yeah, bull double 16. Wow. Well, that's not bad. At least he can go 15 ball, treble 10, treble 15, double 10. Beautiful recovery.
Game
And
shot
a very
the first
clinical
leg.
finish
James
after
Wilson.
well, let's call it a wayward opening dart.
Second leg, it's
You
James
don't
to
mind
throw
darts like that as long as you
Game
can
on.
recover, and he has. And in a funny sort of way, that will make him feel even better than if he'd hit it the conventional way, because you always
83.
feel better when you've won from difficult positions
Yeah,
instead of an easier position.
when you feel like you've been tested.
A bit like a boxer
99.
maybe winning an easy fight in 4 rounds. Does that make you feel good? Yes, of course it does. But how good do you feel after 12 rounds of carnage?
60.
I mean, how did Natasha Jonas feel after that Mayor fight the other night?
Lucky.
Relieved, maybe. But you want to come through fights like that. They're character
62.
building.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's why we have such an issue in boxing. Years ago, until you'd had probably 20, 25 fights and won an area title
100.
and maybe fighting for a British or Commonwealth, you get on TV. Now you're having fighters that are getting handpicked opponents, and their first real
99.
test, they're getting beat. Modern boxing, I'm afraid.
This is one of the reasons why people like darts. Because there are no judges.
92.
There are wires that tell you, we've got no VAR.
Although I'd like to see it on that 180 earlier.
40.
We don't need it. We've got Charlie. A bit like Ghostbusters, isn't it? Who are you going to call? Charlie.
78.
If he says it was a 180, I thoroughly believe him. And it was just another comical bounce out that James Wilson's had. And I didn't even show you that bounce out, did I?
Well, it's a bounce out in, isn't it? Thomas Youngens has had one here. James Richardson had the first one, which was remarkable. The way the dart went out, caught the flight, and effectively ricocheted back in.
56. Tommy require 136.
Basically saying, you can't take it out. And on this occasion, James Wilson was right. So double 16
32.
for
James
2-0.
required 32.
He's been very good on the double so far today. Well, no need for showing off, James.
James shot on the second leg.
Double-double on 32, unintentional. So technically, he's still
Thirdly, it's
100%
Tom's
on
throw
doubles,
first.
even though he's only hit
Game
2.
on.
Well, he was 3 from 3 in the early stage of his opening match. He missed the ball for 4 from 4 and a 4-1 win.
59.
What do you think his ambition is this week, Jamie Dodger? Do you think he's come here with a view to winning it realistically, or does he just want to
57.
start his year on the right footing?
No, I think he's. Listen, I think he'd have been aware of how tough a week this is
100.
going to be to win. But yeah, he's here with ambition. He wants to win on debut.
You look at the people who have had success coming here, the likes of Colin Osborne, who was a
100.
top PDC pro. John Henderson, fresh off losing his card, he was straight into the winners enclosure. Steve West, we've talked about winning 4 weekly titles last year.
140.
Nobody else did that.
Conan Whitehead winning the first one.
Absolutely. People do use this place to
And then
figure their game
100.
out.
And then some kid, I don't know really what happened to him. Luke something.
You'll have to give me some time to research that.
100.
I haven't quite figured it out yet.
Think of a meteoric rise. My goodness.
Think about
What a
darts.
year.
Think about darts fans, right?
140.
Thinking
Tommy
about a
require
name for their new
102.
young boy. Think, well, there's a couple of good Lukes in darts at the minute. That's a good name.
$30. James require 104.
Take your pick. 18s, 20s, treble 4, 92 left.
I have had some fun this week trawling back through all the
44.
nonsense that
requires
was
72.
written on FUD book about Littler. He won't win
52.
anything in the PDC. All right. Didn't
James
take him
requires 60.
much longer than a week or so. Not even played a Pro Tour yet.
Not yet. But he will. James
shot on the
Wilson
third
has not
leg.
missed a double yet
James
so far.
Wilson.
This is really, really good. I know it's
Fourth
me
leg, it's
just
James to throw
having a
first.
play on numbers
Game
because
on.
with the 32 he hit double 7 and double 9, but the outer ring is at his mercy at the minute. 3-0. And he's starting to look very, very comfortable on that stage.
140.
Yeah, I don't think he's quite settled yet into a place where he's feels ultimately perfectly comfortable.
96.
But usually the problem with players is the finishing. Well, he's on point in that department right now and was
57.
in his earlier game. So once he gets his scoring boots on, he's going to be an handful today and tomorrow.
59.
We've got a couple of Jameses here this week. You'll see Van Bezien later, who sprung a few surprises in Group A. He will be alongside Kurt Parry, likes of
58.
Darren Webster, Chris Quantock, Tom Lonsdale later. That will start at 9:45 local time. Be sure to join myself and Mace for that one.
83.
That 5-player group will see 3 players qualify for Saturday night to join the already qualified Brian Rahman, who is putting in some very valuable
92.
rest time here today.
Yeah, and much needed. After an operation a month or so ago,
40. James require
Well,
154.
for full zip, and to top the table at the early stages of this Group C. Anticipated Group C.
60.
the problem in this game for Tom is that he's operating at that 74 average level again, and it's just not going to cut it.
No.
29. James require 94.
We're already fearing the worst for his chances of making the top two. It looks unlikely.
There'll have to be a massive upswing in the numbers. Tops for Wilson. Oh, missed a double. Only the one, though.
Shot and the match.
There's James Wilson. Shows this one up in double quick time. Only an average of 82.36. Like I say, the scoring element of his game is, well, not quite there yet, but ultimately another 2 points for Wilson. Currently tops the table. Up next, Alex Spellman will face Tom Sykes.
So, time for match 5 of 15 of this afternoon session, and it sees Tom Sykes go up against Alex Spellman. Sykes was superb in his opener, wasn't he? Kicked things off with a 1-2-1 to complete a 12-dart leg and looked fairly comfortable throughout that match, averaging just shy of 93. The best we've seen so far today. Can he build on that here against his American opponent, who went down in a decider in his opener, did miss a match start to nick it as well, having hauled himself back into the contest against Scutt from 3-1 down. To see who picks up the points in this one then, let's get back to Mace and Nico.
First. Game on.
We're still here, Abby, and we can't wait to see what happens next. We know that Sykes won his first game by 4 legs to 1 fairly comfortably with an average just shy of 93.
81.
Spellman just missed out on nicking a win against Connor Scutt. So we have James Wilson on 4 points.
140.
Sykes and Scutt on 2. Spellman will be looking to get to 2 right here. Otherwise, we'll already see the tiniest bit of separation towards the top of the table.
Yeah, and Tom Sykes has
60.
Well, set the benchmark in terms of averages with a 92.92 in his opening match.
99.
Now, if I was to mention the surname Sykes to you, of famous Sykes of the past, what would you think of?
54.
An old actor.
What about Melanie?
Oh, yeah.
98.
Yeah, she used to do that advert, didn't she?
Yeah, she was very famous for doing a certain advert from
Wouldn't get away with it now.
an ice cream truck. And she said that very famous line of,
141.
do you want a flake in that,
Tommy
love?
164.
Yeah, she was very much part of the Lads Mag era, wasn't she?
128.
Indeed she was. And Tom Sykes almost had a magazine-worthy shot there on a 164, but that was a nice little happy accident, wasn't it, hitting the 14? You can see from Alex's score of 165, he didn't need to go for the 164. But I get the feeling that Tom is very much a gung-ho style player. Give me a shot, I'll take a shot. It doesn't matter what they're doing.
Second leg, it's Tom
Yeah,
to throw
he's
first. Game on.
really aggressive player, isn't he? Goes for his shots. That was a 13-dart
57.
break of throw in leg one. He started the day, Paul, with a 12-dart hold with a 1-2-1 out.
I don't mean to put too much pressure on Tom, but based on what we've seen from him in the last
96.
few months, and indeed on the screens of a bucket full of stats from Q School and Challenge
85.
Tour, I expect from him this year. I think he'll go on to win a weekly title this year. Might even be this week.
Yeah, for me, when he played in that 15-leg match against Chris Quantock
60.
and got over the line with an average in excess of 98, that told me all I needed to know. This guy's a
59.
player. He's got levels to his game.
And when it comes to that surname Sykes, the first thing that came to mind for me was a fictional character called Frederick Sykes.
44.
You're a movie buff out there. You might remember a movie from 30 years ago called The Fugitive. Harrison Ford, Tommy Lee Jones, and some others. And the guilty
100.
party in that movie was the one-armed man called Frederick Sykes.
The glove didn't fit him, that's for sure.
125.
You don't see many
60.
dart players wearing gloves when they play. And you might think I'm crazy for saying that, but there was one dart player who played for Cheshire for years who played with fingerless gloves.
And harms.
100.
Fingerless
Tommy
gloves.
Require
Yeah, he used to walk into
140.
venues with the old fingerless gloves on, didn't he? Trying to keep his hands warm.
He was a cookie.
41. Alex
Oh,
requires
that's not a good visit from Tom. Spellman's going to start on the 16s here. This is already a little bit of a change of plan.
Game shot on the second
That
leg.
will please him
Alex
very
Spellman.
much because that double has caused him more problems than anything this week.
Yeah,
Third leg,
a
it's Alex
very
to throw
rare
first. Game
double
on.
top. It was the guy from Cheshire.
I can't remember his name. He's a good player. He's an A player.
Yeah,
Get in touch with Tony O'Shea. He'll know.
60.
I know who you're on about, and I can't think of his name.
Fabulous Cheshire team at the time. They had Darryl Fitton. Peter Wright played for them at the time.
96.
Tony O'Shea.
Well, I won the
Brian Derbyshire.
I
Dave
won,
Routledge.
I won the Cheshire Open in mid-90s. I'll never forget it. It was a very apt amount of prize money, £501 to the winner, and this is
99.
about 28 years ago. It was one of the big opens, and as you say, Cheshire at the time was very lively. And I played a certain Tony O'Shea in the
180.
final. I went on to average 105 on them old dirty boards.
He was here last week. Tony O'Shea, wasn't
Yes, he was.
he? Hope you're well, Tony.
55.
I don't remind him of that, apart from every time I see him.
My favourite Tony O'Shea story is the fact that
65.
we did an exhibition together in Ilford. This was years ago. And there was a guy who was running the place called Nick, and he was Greek. Called him Nick the Greek. And he hit his first ever 180 when he played against us. He celebrated so much he hit his head on the ceiling.
160.
We often talk about lovely throws. O'Shea has a beautiful throw, doesn't he?
Doesn't he just?
100.
And Spellman's got such a beautiful, lazy, non-aggressive action. It's one time where the 7 actually comes in handy. Double top for the second time in a row.
67. Tommy requires
Yeah,
60.
and a in-form Spellman puts that in.
Double 10 for
Game
Tom
shot
and a
third
2-1
leg.
lead.
Tom Sykes.
Another break of throw in this one.
And he's winning
Fourth leg,
legs
it's
here.
Tom to throw
13 and
first. Game
15
on.
for Tom. Replicating the kind of numbers achieved in his opening match.
It's at this point of the week that we can
57.
talk about endurance versus freshness. Tom is going to have that freshness, but playing 3 consecutive Super Series days here for Spellman, that's hard in itself, as you can
100.
attest to, Mace. But he did play Challenge Tour before this, U-School just before that.
World champs just before that.
Exactly.
60.
He mentioned with Abby yesterday that maybe he would benefit from a little bit of a break back home, and he will have that when he finishes here this week.
He may be just running on empty, Nick. We've all been there. We know what it's like. You hit the wall and
53.
it just feels like there's just nothing left.
I remember back in 2011 playing 6 straight weeks
125.
from the 1st of September. I'd played Championship League darts as well as 5 or 6
And
Pro
that was
Tour
a
events.
grind. That was like this, wasn't it?
And then it came around to Benidorm
45.
in late October, and I just said, no thanks. I'll stay at home for a week. And I felt so rejuvenated in early November.
Didn't fancy a trip over to see Vicky?
133.
Not a fan of Benidorm. You know, it's not my cup of tea.
Like Blackpool with the sun, isn't it?
79. Tommy require 126.
Is he going to go for this one with Spellman not on a finish? Let's find out, shall we? Of course he is.
Oh, drop the dart. That's upset the rhythm.
Going to do a Price, isn't he? Drop the dart and hit it.
I don't think there's a
114.
better player at doing that than Pricey.
I don't think anybody in World Darts drops darts more than Price. But I think it's because he holds them so much towards the end of the barrel, and he can easily miss
Tommy
them with
required
the
12.
middle finger. Double 3.
Game shot.
Oh,
on the
that's
fourth
aggressive
leg.
and really
Tom
good.
Sykes.
Yeah, beautifully done. Well, we both did our quick fire questions. I was asked
Fifth leg, it's Alex to
if
throw
I could
first.
play with anybody
on.
right now in a doubles competition, who would it be? I said Gezi Price. I just think our personalities would sort of gel into one,
85.
maybe in a strange kind of way. Who would you play with right now in the whole of World Darts in a pairs competition?
I was asked that
85.
question in a roundabout sort of way, and I said Whitlock because he's the best person I've ever played pairs with. Just maybe the best pairs player I've ever seen.
99.
But I would play with Gordon Dobie. Chris Dobie's father. I played pairs with him for a couple of years in local stuff around about 20 years ago, and I just
57.
enjoyed it so much. And I would do it again in a heartbeat. He's just an absolute hoot to be around.
Yeah, I'm sure one day Chris will get as good as him. Inside joke.
180.
It's a long-running joke.
Sometimes he still maintains that his dad is better.
93. Alex
he
require
was some player.
137.
Some player. Still is, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Throw him in Northumberland Super League, you think, oh, it's going to be a very, very short night because I'm going to get beaten 3-0. Oh, boy.
117.
Well, okay. It's better than missing the ball completely, I guess.
Yeah, there's a bit of a pattern forming with
99.
Tom's game.
Alex
It's
require 20.
pretty much all or nothing at the moment, isn't it?
Like a roller coaster. One of your favourite Geordie words, isn't it, Mace?
It is. That
10.
and poopa scoopa.
Tommy require 167.
1/3 of 501. Not going to take it for the 4-1 win.
57.
Now, this is not easy
Alex
for Alex
required
because
10.
of the lie of his dart. Doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Just gets the single one for double two.
8. Tommy require
I
110.
think Tom threw them last 3 darts with the thoughts that, well, I'm not going to get another go. Well, you're getting another go, and it's going to be at tops.
Game,
And that's the
shot,
way to
and
close
match.
out a game.
Tom
110
Sykes.
finish, an average of 89.11 for Tom Sykes, and a fairly convincing 4-1 win. And well, Alex Spellman finds himself now at the foot of the table, despite averaging 85.07 and hitting 2 180s. Well, a fascinating tie awaits after a very short break. We're back with Lee Budgen against Connor Scutt.
Right then, Lee Budgen and Connor Scutt are back in action next. These two have actually met twice before on the development tour in 2014 and 2018. Budgen the winner on both occasions, but a lot has changed since then. In terms of this afternoon's action, it took Scutt 8 darts at double to get over the line in his match against Spellman a little earlier. Budgen had different fortune in a last leg decider, going down to James Wilson, having also missed multiple darts to get over the line himself. To see who picks up the points and who has better fortune closing out the match in this one, let's get back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Good start for the people coming into this group, isn't it? As for the people coming from Group A, someone's got to make their presence felt.
It's Lee to throw first.
And
Game
for the last
on.
time in round number 2, the turn goes to Lee Budgen, who did not play badly at all in his first game, just had the inability to get the match won on double top.
140.
He might just take his anger out on Connor Scutt here.
Yeah, he was okay in the scoring phase. He ended up with an average some 5 points superior to James Wilson in that match, but ultimately lost 4-3, hit 3 180s in the process. So he's given us an indication of his mindset for today and tomorrow.
And his initial losing average of 91 was 13 better than Connor Scutt.
180.
But this is about points. You don't get bonus points for higher averages. Not how it works here. But if this game continues
86.
from how it started, it could be very good indeed.
39.
How many darts is that on the floor now? Is that 4?
95.
Yeah, I was gonna say 4 or 5. Treble 18. 68 remaining.
39. Connor, you require 142.
2 treble 17s.
Absolutely. Couldn't really have asked for a better first start.
If you notice,
86.
he holds
Lee,
it
you require 56.
with 2 fingers right at the back of the dart, and occasionally it'll just drop, and he will still release.
He will watch this back later, no matter what happens.
Oh, I'm wondering.
16.
We'll have a look
Connor,
at it now.
require 56.
Right at the end of the backswing. Didn't get to see it in his hand long enough, but it moves around a lot.
46.
And again, that'll all be down
Lee,
to a
you require
timing thing. When
40.
it's perfect, it's perfect. When it's slightly off, going to be off. That should be a great guide.
Double top has not been his friend so far.
20.
Tens
Connor,
is
you
not either,
require
so
10.
Connor Scutt has got a chance to break immediately.
I mean, Lee holds
Game
it
shot
at the
the
back of the
first
dart,
leg.
but he braces it
Connor
with another finger, doesn't he? So the dart remains still in the
Second leg,
back
it's
of the
Connor to
hand.
throw first. Game
I
on.
always break the grip down into 2 things. Thrusters and stabilizers. So you've got stuff towards the back of the grip, which propel the dart forward. There's another
120.
dart on the floor. And then you've got something that is usually in the middle finger or third finger department that is lightly on the dot to stabilize its
80.
trajectory out of the grip. It's important to note that grip tension in the thrusting part
57.
will be marginally tougher than that of the stabilizers, which are just brushing the barrel. They can't be pressing against it, otherwise it will not ballistically deliver itself
134.
properly.
Yeah, and when you look at the Connor dart, there is a scallop right at the back of the dart, which is where he balances those 2 fingers.
Just noticed it.
95.
Just seen exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that wobble in the back of the. He has the lightest, and the actual contact area with the dart would be
100.
the amount of millimeters if you're thinking about a contact patch.
Can you think of any dart players who have had a 2-finger grip in their career? I can think of 2.
140.
So thumb and index finger only.
Because
if you can do it any other way,
Connor, you require 89.
I'd like to see it. 57 not found is 55 again.
79. Lee, you require 16. Game
That's a
shot
nice
on the
shot.
second leg.
1-1 it
Lee
is.
Budgen.
Your memories are churning the same way as Chris
Third leg,
Mason's
it's
as
Lee
well.
to throw first.
We may
Game
be able
on.
to hear it. 2-finger grip, you say? Really? Who could that be? One of them was a world number 1.
85.
And the other one had one of the worst nicknames in the history of the sport. Oh, how good is that?
180.
Literally on a pinhead.
Like one of those challenges you see on YouTube from free kick takers. I want 3 in the top left corner. That's exactly what Connor Scutt's just done.
140.
This is starting to warm up nicely. Starting to see the best of Connor Scutt here.
139.
5 in to the 9.
He wanted to leave 144. He wanted the crack at the 2 treble 20s and double 12, but this is a really nice kick from Connor.
140.
Darts are starting to go in with a little bit more assurance.
65.
The
Lead
tiniest-
required 136.
Reduction in wobble when it hits the board. But he might wobble at the brilliance of Budgen.
120.
Getting plenty of
Connie
chances today,
required
that's for sure.
117.
Yeah, 1 from 7 on the doubles. Single 17. Tops for a 12.
77.
Thickness of a wire away.
Lee requires 16.
Bet that felt good when he let it go.
Game shot on the third
Same goes for
leg.
Lee, who takes the
Budgen.
2-1 lead.
Yeah, first hold of throw is 2 winning legs. 13 darters.
Fourth leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
2 finger grips then.
Go
One
on.
of them, Peter Manley. Very much holding a tiny
100.
bulbous dart
At the front as well,
and
wasn't it?
just flicking them through the air with a long stem and a pear-shaped flight.
Not far off of Luke Humphries' sort of style.
And the other one,
96.
Jan Decker,
Yes.
nicknamed, well, used to be called Mr. Court.
180.
that's a third max. For Connor Scutt starting to really move through the gears.
You know, we've been talking about certain players going back to the practice room and sticking the
81.
headphones on and getting themselves ready for matches like this. I just wonder if the song that Connor Scutt was listening to was "Would the Real Connor Scutt Please Stand Up?" Because he really is,
105.
standard-wise, standing up in this one.
Yeah, well, this is sort of what we expected. And we do have high expectations from him.
47. Connie
He
required
literally is just off the
116.
Pro Tour.
So that song could be High Hopes. Double top.
96.
Said a couple of times now.
And wasn't high enough. I was hoping.
Can't leave a finish, so Scutt has got time.
60. Connie required 20. Game shot on
Very
the fourth
tidy
leg.
indeed. Averaging
Connor Scutt.
104.68 to this end of fourth leg contest at the minute.
Fifth leg, it's
And
Lee to throw first.
Lee
Game
Budgen
on.
is very grateful that he's got the darts.
Not too shabby from him. He's averaging 95
55.
prior to that visit.
You think sometimes, because we levelled the same sort of critique towards Alex Spellman, that maybe Lee's trying to be a tiny bit too precise. Could he benefit from
91.
a slightly more fluid rhythm? Because it feels very rigid at the minute. I was lauding him for that yesterday, but after looking at his throw a bit more
58.
overnight, I just get the feeling that maybe a slightly quicker rhythm would benefit him. Maybe it looks like he's thinking too much.
I think it becomes
100.
tiresome when you're trying to be that almost rigid and regimented.
135.
Beautiful third dart, finding the gap. Credit to him. Connor Scutt throwing the kitchen sink at him.
60.
You don't see many players using bronzed coloured darts these days. Connor's definitely got himself an individual looking set of darts there, not just structurally, but
140.
aesthetically as well.
$51.
This
Lee
game could
required
easily get away from
113.
Scutt if he's not careful. He must break at some point in the next 3 legs, otherwise he will lose.
Game
And he's
shot on the
not
fifth
going to break
leg.
right there,
Lee
because
Budgen.
that is a brilliant hold of throw in 15 darts to go with what Mace has already
Sixth leg,
mentioned
it's
in the
Connor
other
to throw
holds.
First. Game on.
Yeah, and he loves a 1-1-3.
He's got one this week already.
100.
His best finish going into yesterday was 112. So it's this range where he's likely.
Yes. Be the player that's growing in confidence.
86.
So it averaged 91 and change last time out, averaging 95.5 here.
135.
Why do I get the feeling that nothing is going to come easy for Connor Scutt today, but he's just going to find a way through some of these opponents?
95.
Budgen had darts to win his last match in a 7-leg, final leg shootout.
I don't think we've had a game
190.
of this even standard since we saw Rahman and Van Bazien in game 15 on Monday, where they both averaged over 100.
Yeah, proper game of darts, that wasn't it?
123.
And the higher average lost. So just watch out, Connor, because you've got the higher average by 5 points at the minute. Double 18. Oh, yeah. Love that.
Scutt.
And so does he. But now he must try and get that break of throw. Otherwise, all of this effort on his own throw
first. Game on.
is a moot point.
Yeah, well, he'd love to find that leg 6 in leg 7, because it was a 12 darter, forcing his opponent to do it in 12.
58.
We are less surprised to see 12 darters come from someone like him than some other quarters, because he's been swimming with the sharks the last
82.
24 months. And he's made a final on the Pro Tour in the last 6 months. It was a famous day. He lost to Radek Sagansky, who had never made a
97.
final either. But Radek lost his card, even though he'd won that tournament and had won a game at Ali Pali, just like Connor. But
119.
Radek got his card back. Connor did not. But I remember shortly after he got his card, he went to Wigan. He made a semi-final
100.
in the first couple of events. We all thought he's the real deal. But then it seemed to go missing for a few months.
140.
He seemed to re-establish the confidence in 2023. Just left it a little bit too late. Has he left this too late, or will
95.
he be able to get
Connie
rid of this
Mackay,
in either 3 or 6?
160.
Do you not feel that... Oh, hello. Maybe a question. Do you not feel that you've won a
100. Lee
Pro
Mackay,
Tour event in a season
151.
that shouldn't be enough to keep your card? I think that's where the 2-year system is slightly flawed.
It's happened twice in the last 2 years. Keegan Brown did it the previous
40.
season.
Yeah.
He got his
Connie
card back.
requires 60.
Zagansky's done exactly the same. Scutt gets his chance to win the match.
Game,
And
shot,
win it he does.
and the match.
That
Connor
really
Scutt.
was a bit of a pocket pincher there. And Lee Budgen is empty at the thought that he's lost 4-3 twice. 103.98 is an impressive display. The best average of the week so far, usurping what we saw from Kurt Parry a couple of days ago. But my word, that really is an improvement, considering he won with a 78.47 in his first game. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, it will be 2 players from Group A from earlier in the week. Tom van den Hoogen up against Alex Spellman.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Connor Scutt put in the performance of the week to come through in a last leg decider and down Lee Budgen. But at the start of today's play, we were talking about Tom Sykes and how he could potentially be a dark horse in Group C this week. He's lived up to that tag in his opening match and actually in his opening leg as well, taking out that lovely 1-2-1 to complete a 12 average. 93 was 57% on the doubles, looked so assured throughout that game. And as you can see, confirmation of Connor Scutt. He's won both of his matches so far. In his opener, missed 7 match starts, got over the line with his 8th. Spellman, having forced the decider, did get a dart to make it himself, but couldn't pin it. And the American, who was many people's favourite to make it to Champions Week, then went down to Tom Sykes in his second game. And Connor Scutt, confirmation, averaged 104 and took out a sublime 147 in his second match. Next up for you then, it is Alex Spellman taking on Tom Hoogen for the 4th time this week. It is the American who has come out on top on all 3 occasions so far. Will he make it 4? Let's get back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you, Abby. Well, already, Paul, this is a huge game for Alex Spellman.
It is.
We have a rule of 3, don't we?
We do. If you lose 3 games in this group, you're in real trouble of not being in the top 2. This somewhat truncated format of 10 games instead of 15 in Group A means that you have to get a move on from the start. And we can't ignore the fact, Chris Mason, that all of the players who came in fresh this morning have won both their games.
Yes, a telling statistic.
59.
With the exception of Lee Budgen, who has averaged 91.5 and 93.5. I'm not too shocked.
60.
Yeah, imagine giving your output a real injection like he's done today, and he's walked away with 2 defeats.
Yeah.
57.
Nil point.
Speaking of French, we're not going to have any French players here this year by the looks of it, because the 2 flag bearers of French darts are both on the PDC Pro Tour this year. We've bid au revoir to Thibaut Tricol for the next couple of years at least.
Yeah.
Jacques Larbe, who's got 1 year left on his tour card, he's looking to stay in the top 64.
Yeah, wish them both well from all of us here at the Super Series.
Oui, bonne chance. My word, that flight's getting worse.
And I'm convinced it's having an effect on the flight
40.
of the dart. I'm just, it has to be. It's aerodynamics. It's like players that play with their flights that are just slightly
57.
folded and not perfectly square. What's that all about?
I am really going to have to dig up some footage from last year's Austrian Darts Open with our good friend Cyril.
Yes. Yeah, I remember.
Hannes Schneer.
Almost flat, weren't they?
He had moulded flights which he'd put in his pocket, and they were curved, and I was doing cartwheels. Next day, because he won his first game, he had new flights in. I thought, somebody's listening. Can't imagine Alex has run out of flights.
Nah.
133.
Well, for someone who has such a job which involves such precision, I'm shocked.
45. Alex, you require 40.
Double top. He's going to have to go to the right-hand side because the flight is still covering it a little bit.
Game shot.
Double 10 is fine.
Alex Spellman.
And you do fancy that Spellman, even though he has had ups and downs this week, will be a heavy favourite against Tom Hoogen, who
Alex to throw first.
has been swimming with the Sharks in the Super Series this week.
Yeah, Alex was 3-10, 12-5. About Tom Hoogen.
60.
Matthew Edgar was here this week. He'll have made at least one Hulk Hogan remark every single day.
57.
Yeah, he likes wrestling more than you, Nico.
I think he likes wrestling more than most. If you're ready for a rumble, because it is Royal Rumble weekend.
40.
Why don't you come on Saturday night and see Brian Roman in the finals
and dress up in your favourite wrestling outfits.
Yeah, we don't get a great deal of fancy dress here at the Super Series. We welcome it.
134.
Yes. If there's any Shirley Crabtree lookalikes out there, we will make room for you.
100.
Big Daddy, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
No relation, I do believe, to Cam Crabtree, who is, of course, in
83.
Champions Week.
He'll be fancied as well. We will confirm the lineup for Champions Week at the end of week 12. Because like we said to you earlier,
97.
one of the weekly champions, Steve West, is unable to compete due to injury. Chris Landman and
81.
Willie Borland are unable to take part because they now have PDC Pro Tour privileges. So there are 3 spaces up for grabs for the runners-up who have the
85.
highest
Tommy
averages.
Mackay, 146.
Available, which I'm sure they'll make themselves available for 20 grand.
130. Alex Mackay,
Spellman will be going for the same
119.
target here.
60 for tops.
$59. Tommy requires 16.
Now, Tom today has had 5 darts at double in his first game, 2 in his next. This is his 5th of this game already, and this is really hard.
He'd be in the comms box, Nico, if he goes any more left.
8.
That would have been one
Alex
of the darts of the week
requires
had he hit
60.
that.
One of the darts of the year. Well, it is fairly new, isn't it? It is only 25 days old.
Does double 10 come to his aid again?
40.
Not this time.
Tommy require 8. Game shot on the
Great
second
dart.
leg.
1-1.
Tom Vanden Hoogen.
And the one person on the stage who is livid right now is Alex Spellman. Too many times
Third
he has
leg, it's Tom
found
to throw
himself in a
first.
game like this.
Game on.
And one of the things that really signifies what's happened this week is that he did break a record for the longest leg we've ever seen.
Yes, it was
96.
an epic 39 darter. Wouldn't have made him feel good, but it certainly boosted my confidence. Have you managed to catch up on the
140.
sit-down interview, Dan Dawson with Steve Beaton?
Yeah, I watched it yesterday.
Yeah, I did as
Thoroughly
well.
enjoyed it.
Yeah, watched it last night. Very good.
58.
Well worth a watch, as all of his interviews are. It's on the PDC YouTube channel.
I've never known that famous Steve Beaton picture of him in a hot tub
96.
was at Lakeside.
Yes,
I've been in that hot tub as well.
Yeah, I was going to say I've been in that very hot tub.
Got a lovely view, isn't it, of a car park.
Yeah. I'm sure the water's been
58.
changed since that picture of Steve. I can't be 100% though. Incredibly, the bed linen hadn't when I last went there, and I
60.
stayed in a room, the exact same room I stayed in 2001, which was my last embassy. It was identical 20 years later. It hadn't
12.
changed. Well, I'm sure it had been well, I don't know.
Rumour has it Terry Jenkins wanted to go to Lakeside and take his bargain hunt friend Philip Serrell to get it appraised. It's that old.
58.
And we change the dartboards once a day on our stage. We want them to have a fresh
85.
dartboard at the start.
147.
That is a great start for Alex. Another 147?
129.
We've had one from Connor Scutt in the previous match. We do not get one from Alex Spellman.
I do think it's tougher than a 9 darter, of course, but getting 2 on the same day would make me look
Alex
a little
require
foolish.
80.
Jokes aside, if you do get the opportunity to go to Lakeside, it is
Game shot on the third
an
leg.
iconic venue
Alex Spellman.
and a fabulous experience.
Do it
Fourth leg, it's Alex
quickly.
to throw first. Game on.
All I'm going to
Yeah.
say.
Might be a Might be a shopping centre before too long.
You want a little step into the past to see where the greats have slept
100.
and applied the art of the dart. It's a must experience.
Yeah.
99.
Even going back there as we did as part of the broadcast team, it was incredible. And it's even better when it's full of fans as well,
Absolutely.
which makes
100.
it even more special. Tickets are available for that, of course. Already on sale, aren't they? I think.
100.
Tickets are available for our Saturday night, and you can get them via that QR code if you can scan that with your smart device. We'd be overjoyed to see you on London Road in Portsmouth on Saturday night.
96.
If you don't have that facility, head over to www.dartshop.tv, where you're not only going to get tickets for here, it's only £2 booking fee. And you get 3 drinks
26.
for a tenner. You can have a night out for 12 quid. Live sport and a night out for 12 quid.
I think that's one beer at an NHL game in America.
60.
There's that low dart for Tom, which has plagued his week.
58.
If someone regresses enough, he could worry them. Just wonder if Spellman's going to regress enough to give Tom any sort of encouragement.
65.
I'm not so sure he's going to, because even his C game is still around the 81 mark, which is exactly where we are right now. It does feel like that
40.
100 average that he
Alex
planted in on
require
Monday was
80.
a generation ago.
Yeah, but he sort of had... Well, he can't hit one of them, but feels like he can hit 2. Maybe he's just doing that to try and give himself some confidence.
60.
But he had,
Tommy
he had
require
everything across the range, didn't he,
138.
on Monday? A 70s and 80s and 90s and a ton.
Still maintain that really does sound
48.
like a radio station.
Alex
70s,
requires
80s,
20.
90s, and 100.
Game shot on the 4th lay.
3-1 to Alex Spellman.
That would be the noughties. Nothing
5th leg, it's
naughty
Tom to
about
throw
that.
First. Game on.
Hey, well, he's one of those dart players that you wouldn't want to run into at speed. You expect to see him, as a really
96.
good defensive lineman in the NFL. He's got that build of, if you run into him, it's going to hurt.
Yeah. My dad had a phrase for it.
100.
A brick house.
Someone said to me once, actually, because the conversation was floated around the PDC tour.
140.
If you had to send anybody into a venue to get rid of some unsociable people, who would you send in? And I heard a lot of people say,
45.
James Wilson.
Interesting.
Yeah, the 2 words that followed were coffin nail.
83.
I immediately thought of Dave Honey.
Yeah. He can do bits. I'd have thought of Daryl Fitton. He has that stature and back the size of
84.
a small building. Just sort of pluck people out.
You look at someone like Alex, computer programmer by trade and a great dart player, but he has the look of somebody
140.
who you wouldn't want to confront.
We had a guy on the door in the pub the other week when I wasn't there, and he's nicknamed Hightower, and I had yet to meet him, so he
60. Tommy
was
required
pulled in on the night
42.
to do the job. We had a look on the cameras to the pub, and we have 2 massive doors
Game shot on the 5th lay.
that go out onto the
Tom
street,
Hoogen.
and he filled them, and had to dip underneath the door, which is around about 6'8".
It's Alex to throw first. Game
Absolute
on.
unit.
And look at that smile from Tom Vanden Hoogen. Really nice to see. One of his best legs of the week, that a 14 darter.
96.
Hightower was a famous character in the Police Academy movies, wasn't he?
Was.
Was he your favourite Police Academy character?
121.
Mine was Michael Winslow, the sound effects. He was brilliant. But you don't get sound effects when you hit things on this dartboard. You do in soft tip.
Yes.
Score a treble 20, treble 19, and a treble 18. You
59.
get a white horse.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You hit the 25, you get a sound effect. You hit the bullseye, you get a better sound effect. And when you win a game, it's a bit like
100.
Mortal Kombat.
Goes off like a Christmas tree, doesn't it?
Indeed, it does. I think we should introduce that. If someone hits a bull finish, there should be some sort of effect in this Modus Live Lounge.
Well, yeah, we have this Stream Deck thing here. I want some buttons on there, so when a bad shot's hit, it's like a yuck thing comes up and runs down the screen. And when someone hits back-to-back
85.
180s, that guy comes on another one. You know, that kind of thing.
Well, you know how they used to do it in the cricket? If you got a duck, there was a duck that came
Yeah.
across the screen. And when you needed something chicken
Bullseye.
with Bully, just going to check it with Bully, and he walks across
140.
with a book. Should have had that with that 140 earlier. Or was it 180 from James Wilson? We're just going to check with Bully.
105. Alex
Good stuff
Rickline,
here from Tom.
151.
Starting to turn the screw on, Alex.
There it is, that lateral drift again. Famous words of the great Sid Waddell.
31. Tommy
He was
Rickline, 90.
describing Wayne Mardle at the time, wasn't he?
He was. Wayne, who had an issue with that, and treble 5.
65. Alex Rickline, 120.
Used it a lot of 135s, though. I'll
He
give
had,
him
eight,
that.
he had 80 and he went for 2 double tops. I'm surprised he didn't go for 3 there. He doesn't get a shot for 1
And he's
to end
going
this match.
Yeah, he's gonna get darts
Tommy
here.
Rickline, 25.
for 3-3, and he'll have the honour.
He waits.
Nine.
Chance
Alex
for
Rickline,
Spellman.
60.
Tom van den Hoogen has not beaten anybody this week, apart from Lee Budgen.
Game, shot.
But Spellman
and
has
the
now
match.
beaten van den
Alex
Hoogen 4
Spellman.
times out of 4, and that gets him his first points of the day. So he has something to start with. If he wins his last 2 matches of the day, he will walk away with 6 points and still have a chance of qualifying through this group. That's what we've just seen. And when we come back, it will be James Wilson up against Connor Scutt, and that one promises much.
Right then, strap yourselves in because we could be in for another tasty tussle here. Our two unbeaten players in Group C go head-to-head. Connor Scutt coming through two last-leg deciders, putting in the performance of the day last time out, averaging 104 and treating us to a lovely 147 out. As for Wilson, hasn't quite found his scoring boots yet, but he's been so clinical at the back end of legs that he's still 2 from 2. You'd
First
think,
leg,
though, that he'll need to up his scoring in this one to get a look in at the back end of legs. So to see how this one plays out, let's get back to our commentary team.
Thank you, Abby. Buckle up, Nico. I think this is going to be a cracker.
Got any cheese?
123.
Well, it really was a great display, wasn't it, from Scutt? Survived his first game, fair to say that. But now that he's got points in the bank, he might just open his shoulders. And after that 103.98 average against Lee Budgen, he will feel like his best darts
99.
are in front of him.
Yeah, that will have given him a massive confidence boost and had the sound of another one on the floor.
But if he's starting to fix that, surely he'll be more confident as he gets all 3 darts on the board. Now, funnily enough, both players have actually struggled with the same problem. James in previous seasons has had trouble with darts on the floor.
100.
But so far, so good for Connor.
He's had bounce outs that have landed on the previous 2 darts, and he's had bounce outs that somehow managed to go under the
174. Can he require 81?
on the outside wire.
Another 174 from Wilson, though. And it's only bull for Connor.
56. James, you require 20.
Rattling along at a very nice pace, this one already. That too close?
Game
it is
shot
not.
First leg.
A
James
wonderful
Wilson.
174 to set up that double 10, and he takes the first leg in 15 darts.
Second
And
leg, it's
holds
Connor to throw
very
first.
confidently.
Game on.
After Connor misses the bull for the break.
Yeah, for a 12 dart leg.
I showed you that clip, didn't I, from
Yeah.
YouTube about his famous bounce out.
180.
If you haven't seen it, it is really worth a watch. One of them bounces into the 5, then bounces out and balances on one of his previous darts. Another one, the flight snags in the metal 5. And then just to put the cherry on the top of this leg, we have a chance of a 9 with 150 at the end. He's got to be going for the 19s here, surely.
Well, we've seen this before, haven't we?
57.
Not
Can he
here, but
require 150?
No, he went for history. He went for history. If he'd have done that, he may have
45.
broken the internet. Do you know what? I don't blame him. Because look at Wilson's score.
Well, he had goes at that down in Southampton, and I spoke to him about it. Well, he didn't end up on the 150, but he was 1 dart away, and I said to him after, I said, would you have gone 3 balls? Oh, yeah.
65.
Fair play. There are certain times where those kind of shots, you've just got to give it a crack, right? I thought he was going to go for the 19s for double 18.
Well, especially after hitting 3 of them on the previous visit.
40. Game shot.
Wow, what a performance this is. This is making that 103 average look like... Well, I don't even have a simile for that.
Chump change.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Do you have to Darryl Pilgrim's record?
Well, if he can find...
96.
I think he's going to need an 11 and an 11, I think.
Wouldn't put it past him.
57.
But this is what you get from Scutt. We had it firsthand in Southampton over 2 years ago. He went to the tour. He's now back with us. We were excited to see his name on the list, this week's
60.
players.
Now you see him why.
And he's giving us the entertainment that we thought he would. He is a box office player.
54.
Yeah, I should imagine he's a handful to play against in practice. He'd be one of those that would go through spells where you feel like he's just unplayable.
I remember at the Players' Championship finals in late November, he was playing on board 2.
81.
I was just walking around having a look at what the arena was like in Red's bar at Minehead. He was on the stage having a few practice darts. And funnily enough, he was practicing with Radek
96.
Cyganski, the guy that had beaten him in his Pro Tour final from last year. Sure, we would have seen Radek had he not got
58.
his card
James
back. The
require
bus driver from
109.
Cork, who is rather good with the art of the dart. Level 19.
43.
No panic here, as Scutt seems to have found the breaks in the scoring stakes here in leg number 3.
43. James
Have you
requires
mentioned it at
66.
the top of this game? Wilson's been excellent on the double so far today. 4 from 7 in his first game, 4 from 6 in the next.
48.
That's a rare miss. To leave him 1 from 4 so far in this one. But he will come back. Take that 2-1 lead.
41. James require
And
80.
again, my feelings on the intricacies of that throw are rearing their ugly head in this particular leg.
2.
Oh, there you go. You called it.
Connor,
He's
you
tattooed the
require
double
167.
They're both capable of doing that, but maybe more so with James and those rigid darts.
59.
Because they have a grip pattern from top to bottom.
James requires 60.
And look at the pattern he's left on the double 8.
It's an imprint of his dart. Bends the wire there.
Game shot on the
Oof,
third
left it
leg.
late.
James Wilson.
The job done. The averages of, well, before that
Fourth
leg,
leg, it's Connor to throw first.
Connor was averaging
Game on.
nearly 118, wasn't he?
He's not averaging 118 anymore. Probably that mention of the Darryl Pilgrim thing.
95.
As soon as we mention records, it's gone.
Commentator's curse.
James comes
57.
from South Yorkshire. It's that area that has given us excellent players over the years, and not just in World Darts, but also
98.
here. We've seen Darren Johnson recently. He's from Mexborough. Same town that gave us the gift of Dennis Priestley.
140.
And Paul Hinks.
One of the highlights of last year was Paul Hinks
132.
having a little look into the camera with a 127 checkout. That was brilliant.
Yeah, it was just a cheeky smile.
100.
Better scoring leg here from Connor. He seems to be able to score better on his own throw for some reason. Same happened against Lee Budgen in his previous game.
136.
And then he found the ability to score against the darts in the last leg. He's going to need exactly the same here by the looks of it.
128. Connor, you require 40.
Double 10. Now this is a
30.
chance
James, you require 76.
for the Jammy Dodger. For a second, he thought about the single 20 for double 18.
36.
I think he'd rather leave double 18 with one dart, but I think he made the
Connor,
right choice.
required
That white
10.
flight in the way was just a bit distracting. Got to give it a go.
No score. James,
Too
you require
defensive.
40.
The break of throw for James.
Game
He
shot on the
gets
fourth
what Connor
leg.
could not.
James Wilson.
And now Scutt has got a real problem. If he wants to remain undefeated, he
Fifth
needs
leg, it's
2
James
breaks
to
of throw, not
first.
1.
Game on.
Someone was always going to remain undefeated after this game. It's looking more likely to be James
57.
going into his 4th match of this campaign, which will be against Alex Spellman in game 10. That's the first game of the 4th
60.
cycle. Wilson will finish up against Tom Sykes in game 14. Scutt is the anchor man. He takes on Tom van den Hoogen in game 15.
80.
And there we have it. First dart of that ilk from Jammy Dodger, just clattering into his own equipment and finding the floor. Thankfully, it doesn't happen as much anymore, but it does still occur.
131.
Oh, what a recovery there from Connor after that opening dart. Leaving that 310
92.
is ideal for a 140 or a max, of course. He's got to stay there.
60.
Watch out. As soon as that first dart goes in like that, he's got such a great likelihood of planting that max.
Yeah, it's such a repetitive throw, isn't it?
60. James
Now he's in trouble,
92.
as Wilson's got 2 visits for the 92. He can do whatever he wants from this position. He can lay up for tops if he wishes.
52.
That's exactly what he does. It may not be the best that James Wilson can offer,
90. James requires
but he's still
40.
putting himself in winning positions all the time. And
Game,
when he
shot,
does,
and the
for the
match,
3rd
James
time
Wilson.
today, the first loss of Connor Scutt's career in the MODUS Super Series on that stage, and it is by 4 legs to 1. I know it's a bit of a stutter for Scutt, but Wilson will be feeling very happy that he was invited to play here on Thursday because he hasn't lost yet, and he still hasn't shown us his best stuff. When we come back, it will be Sykes, who's played some of the best stuff of today. He's up against Budgen, who's still looking for his first win.
So, completing our third round of fixtures this afternoon, Tom Sykes, who's been mightily impressive so far today, looking to join James Wilson on 6 points at the top of the table. He's up against Lee Budgen, who's lost out in 2 last leg deciders so far in Group C. They have met before, once on the Dev Tour in 2015, and they also faced each other just 5 days ago on the Challenge Tour as well. Sykes victorious on both occasions. 5-1 last weekend, averaged almost 10 points more than him in that one. To see how he does in this one then, let's find out in the company of Nico and Mace.
Thank you, Abby.
First leg,
Yeah,
it's
Tom
to
Sykes
throw first.
seems to have
Game on.
the number of Lee Budgen, but it seems like everybody's got his number today so far. Judging by the behaviour of Lee Budgen so far,
59.
you'd have to say that maybe 4-3 is on the cards once again, because he has not played poorly. He's played at a very competitive level. In fact, better than others. But he doesn't have any
100.
points, which is making Thursday the same as Monday.
Yeah, and they've been playing at a fairly similar level, haven't they,
59.
these two? Very little between them in terms of running averages for the day. So I agree with you. This has got 4-3 written all over it. They made Sykes the
60.
1-2 favourite. Lee was 6-4.
See that both of these players have
60.
the old strawberry blonde going on. When you talk about that colour, who comes to mind for you first?
Ooh, Nico.
41.
Player you may or may not know, but Nicky Turner used to play for London.
Oh, yeah.
125.
Speaking of things being somewhat selective, I'm going to wish a very happy birthday to an icon
60.
of darts.
Literally.
Because he is celebrating his 70th birthday today, the great Paul Lim.
100.
And he can still play.
Can't he ever?
Imagine sharing your birthday with Paul Lim. How fortunate is Steve Brown,
45.
and of
Tommy
course
McLean,
Ryan
98.
Hogarth, who's played here before. He's celebrating his 32nd birthday today. You share your birthday with anybody
38.
famous?
Yeah, I do actually. Quite a few people. Give me a moment.
I share mine with Wayne Mardle.
68.
And Norman
Tommy McLean,
Whiteside.
60.
I think Wayne is didn't he play for Tottenham? Norman Whiteside? did
Norman
he?
Whiteside was a famous Manchester United
Oh,
player.
there
He
you
got
go.
the winner in the
Mason's knowledge of football.
40.
He got the winner of the
Lee
FA Cup
McLean,
final back in 1985.
127.
No 127 in game here.
32.
And Sykes comes back
Tommy required 20.
to win a pretty indecisive
Game
first
shot
leg,
the
but he
first
does win
leg.
it.
Tom Sykes.
Everything's going his way so far. He won 4-1 in his first game
Second leg, it's Lee
and
to throw
4-1
first.
in his second game
on.
as well, taking full advantage of what was a very frustrated Alex Spellman.
Pope Francis, 17th of December. Manny Pacquiao.
58.
Loads of irrelevant internet celebrities, if that's a thing.
Mila Jovovich,
99.
very, very famous.
Actress.
She was in Resident Evil. And she was also in a very famous movie with
44.
Bruce Willis called The Fifth Element. He played a character called Lilu. Brilliant movie.
Another one is that.
57.
Was that guy in American Pie?
Eugene Levy.
Yeah.
It was a great streamed travel show. He was also Jim's dad in American
78.
Pie. You share your birthday with some very famous people.
I think that's Dynamo, isn't it?
The Magician.
140.
He's a rather gifted fellow, and he's from Yorkshire, isn't he?
He is.
Just like Sykes.
Bradford.
He could probably make darts disappear in mid-air.
60.
But that's not the name of the game. Every now and again, I just look at that right shoulder of Sykes and it's just a
105.
little bit jumpy. But maybe that's something to do with his height. He just needs an extra little bit of climb.
Yeah, a bit of elevation. You often see some players just climb up on their toes, don't they? They have a
91.
little bit of a
Tommy
lift.
Require 100.
Dave Whitcomb, a player you were talking about the other day, he did that, but he's quite tall, Dave. Oh, yeah, that's him, pal.
Have another.
80.
That was a really difficult
Lee
shot, that, because he couldn't get it underneath.
170.
He almost had to get it over the top. This 170 is not going to go. And Lee Budgen at the minute is staring over the precipice, just like Vanden Hoogen
60.
and
Tommy Require
how Spellman
20.
was at the start of round number 3. Having to win, otherwise
shot on the
they
second
might be
leg.
eliminated really
Tom
quickly
Sykes.
out of this group.
Well, this is one you'll enjoy.
Third leg, it's Tom
Simpsons
to throw
premiered
first. Game on.
the 17th December 1989.
The Simpsons premiered on your birthday.
It did.
100.
Just wait till our friend Ian Dante gets a hold of that.
Not as glamorous. So did Tootsie.
177.
Oh, that famous Dustin Hoffman movie.
Correct. 1982.
A good start to this leg from Lee. Needs a bit more of that to impose himself in this
57.
game, because Tom Sykes at the minute is cruising. Very much like James Wilson in the previous match. A 79 average is enough at the minute. What's Budgen up to here?
140.
And one of my all-time favourite films, which a film, you being a film buff, I'm sure you would have seen. Released on my birthday in 2010,
95.
The Fighter.
Ah, very you.
It was about Mickey Ward.
He had a fairly good chin.
Gatti tested it out a
58.
few times.
Don't have fights like that anymore, do they?
59. Lee Require 126.
To make this one a bit of a fight, Budgen must take leg 3. He can't afford mistakes from here.
58.
Having said that,
100. Lee
Sykes is
Require
just tapping him on the
68.
shoulder to say, if you miss this, I can take this leg away from you.
Game shot on the third
Didn't he
leg.
need that?
Lee Budgen.
And a breaker throw is the bonus.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Budgen's been involved in 2-4-3 so far today. If you offered him 3-3 right now, he would have your hand off. He was visibly
60.
displeased at the end of those 2 losses. Sometimes when you have lost 2 close matches like
99.
that, you almost want to come through on the other side with the 4-3 victory, just to prove to yourself that you can do it in those close quarters.
42.
Just like when he played James Wilson a little bit earlier. The first game that he lost 4-3. Budgen, I'm sure, will know
55.
plenty about Tom Sykes. They play in the same sort of region of the country. Three times today we've been to leg number 7.
46.
The one occasion where we didn't need Lee Budgen for a 4-3 was when Connor Scutt beat Alex Spellman in game 3.
96.
Yeah, and only one of the 4-3s went against the throw. That was Connor against Lee.
Every now and again, that's the dart that lets him down.
81.
His recovery with the follow through, it tends to cup his hand to the ceiling.
Yeah, it's when you know that the dart's not right and you're
57.
almost on the fly trying to correct it mid-flight, but of course it's too late. It's left the hand and in flight. going to land wherever you've
60.
released it.
Yeah, you can't get a fishing rod out, get it back, and say, I'll just take it again.
Ooh,
No
there's
mulligans in darts.
There's a few. There's a few mulligans I'd like back, Nico. Jeez.
I'd like at least 10.
122.
Nice etiquette there from Tom Sykes. He obviously went to retrieve his darts. One of the darts got snagged in the board.
42.
You always want to make sure that
Tommy
your
requires
opponent has got the right
72.
clearance. And when you stop them, putting your hand up is just good etiquette. This is for 3-1. Double 12.
48. Lee requires
Is he coming back?
170.
Over to you, Lee. He is coming back.
We've seen a 170 in the scoring
95.
phase.
Tommy required 24.
Yet to see one to finish a leg this week.
161, our best finish of the week so far from
Gains
James van
shot on the
Bazien.
fourth leg. Tom
That's a
Sykes.
3-1 lead. He could even get a third consecutive 4-1 victory to be very well
Fifth
off
leg,
in
it's
the
Tom
table.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, on the live table, he is exactly joint top
59.
with James Wilson, only separated by legs one. But of course, he's got one more leg to win here, and if he wins this leg, he will go to 6 points plus 9. James Wilson, 6 points plus 8.
Group C is a game of two halves, as everybody knows.
134.
You can have a great day on Thursday, but it's no guarantee of success overall. Just ask a certain Scott Walters. We had a pound for the amount of times we brought that up.
140.
Jared Cole, remember that? I think it was in the last phase, wasn't it? He was chasing that one game and it was elusive early on.
100.
Just because you win 4 or 5 games on a Thursday doesn't mean you're going to win any on Friday. Each game is its own challenge. And if you prepare well and do well on Thursday, do the same again the next day. Don't take your foot off the
60.
pedal. Do not get lazy.
No, don't take your eye off the ball and take anything for granted. Nothing is a given in this sport.
Oh, this is wonderful.
What a time.
Absolutely prime.
180.
Especially when Budgen's on a bogey number. That's not just salt in the wound. That's
Bit of vinegar.
pouring it by the kilo in there.
58. Tommy required 28.
Double 14. One left.
14.
I
Lee
have to say that's an error.
104.
3 dots at double. Clean, and he's not happy. I don't blame him.
16s has been the route all week.
Doesn't get the treble. So Sykes has got options.
33.
He can go for double
Tommy
7 here,
required
and most
14.
people would. He does. How does he hit this? He's going for the left-hand side. That's an
Game, shot,
incredible dart
and the
from Tom
match.
Sykes.
Tom Sykes.
That is not an easy shot from that side of the hockey. He had to throw it harder and higher, and it does go in for his 3rd consecutive 4-1 victory. He's top of the table alongside James Wilson on 6 points, and there is a big similarity between that performance and that of James Wilson in the previous match. They both averaged 79, and they both won by 4 legs to 1. That's the end of round 3, and when we come back, it's Spellman who needs to make his presence felt up against the aforementioned Jammy Dodger.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Tom Sykes has just secured his third victory of the session. Paul Nicholson alongside me. We have seen that dip in form from pretty much all of the players in the field in that middle match again, though. What do you put that down to?
It's really hard to diagnose it sometimes, Abby. Sometimes it's tiredness, it's a lack of focus. In the case of some other players, it's because they've had such a good start that they think that winning is just going to happen, and they don't put in as much focus when it comes to matches 3 and 4. We'll find out what happens in round 4, of course. But in the case of Connor and of James, they were still able to win it was Tom and James as well, both averaging 79. They were still able to get those wins, even though they did dip.
Yeah, James Wilson, if you'd offered him a win with a 79 average before that game, given how the matches prior to that had gone, he would have snapped your hand off.
Any win is good, and this is what James is going to learn, because he's been a Pro Tour player and a very highly ranked BDO player before that. So the last 12, 13 years, he's expected people to come at him with big numbers. When he comes here, it's a slightly different challenge, because he hasn't played a lot of round-robin darts in the last 10 to 12 years. It's all been knockout stuff, so he's learning on the fly as well.
We were almost treated to something quite spectacular in that particular match, though. Connor Scutt, of course, in the match prior, had averaged 104. He brought that confidence into this match, left himself on the 9-darter on 150. How spectacular would that have been? It
would have been spectacular, but you can see the kind of thinking that Connor Scutt has got in his locker. Now, look at James Wilson's score of 387. You might think, going 3 balls for a 9-darter, that's just a bit too flashy. But if you're going to try and do something like that, do it when someone is way out of the leg. And when Simon Whitlock hit 3 bullseyes against Daniel Larson a couple of years ago, it was when he was in a very comfortable position. So I applaud Connor for trying it. If he gets another crack at 150... I think he'll do the same if his opponent is not on a finish, but a great attempt. Yeah, we love that here at the Super Series. Let's get our first look then at the Group C table. For Alex Spellman, he's got James Wilson next. Given how he's playing, the lateral drift, his dejection, he needs a big performance, doesn't he, it feels? Not just a victory, he needs a good performance. I don't even think it needs to be of the kind of ilk that we saw from him on Monday. He put in an average of 100. That's not really a surprise at that time. But you're right. The kind of performance that he wants to put in is something very mechanical, something that is very efficient. If he puts in a 93 average and has 50% on doubles, that's the kind of thing that he's wanting to put in. Something with very little mistakes. If he can do it against James, he'll be part of this table, that's for sure. How crucial is it for Alex Spellman that he gets a result against James? We've talked about this rule of 3. If you lose 3 games, you're relying on other people having real dips in their form over the next couple of days. And you just don't see that happening from Sykes and Scutt and Wilson. So as far as I'm concerned, it could well be must win from here all the way through. Right then, this could be a really, really big contest. So let's get it underway now and hand back over to Chris Mason in the commentary box.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, this, for me, is a must-win game for Spellman. When we look at the previous year at the Super Series, if you lose 3 matches, you do have to rely on those at the top of the table, either having a dip in form or being beat by those at the lower end of the table. Well, with all due respect, I don't think that's a possibility with Tom van den Hoogen. He showed us nothing so far this week that suggests he will get the better of players like Sykes, Wilson, Scutt and Spellman. However, Lee Budgen, who has lost 3 himself, could well take points at the top 41. End, but I'm with you, Nico. If you lose 3, you're relying on outside influences.
We've seen it many times that people can
57.
Grab 16, 18, possibly 20 points in a group like this. And if somebody does that, you could even drag somebody with you and they could get 14, 16, that kind of total. If they do, that means that at least 2 of the players in the table are being completely drubbed into the basement of this Group C table. And that could happen this week, based on the start that we've had here on Thursday.
Well, we do have a fascinating couple of matches.
137.
Following this one is Budgen against Tom van den Hoogen. And then a big one for me. Connor Scutt taking on Tom Sykes. And
180.
Connor Scutt needs to close the gap on the top of the table.
He does.
Well, we said that James Wilson's going to have to find another level in terms of scoring.
85. James, you require
If he finds
124.
a max early on in this one.
Alex was comfortable in this leg until that maximum from James. However, the bullseye's calling.
79. Alex, you require 104.
Well, the bullseye was Sheffield. That one was in York. 96 left for 2. This would be a strange 104. He's gone next door.
76. James, you require 45.
Options here to heave whichever double you fancy. He fancies this one here.
29. Alex, you require 28.
Such a good chance, wasn't it? Especially when you consider that he doesn't have the darts in this contest. I think he's got to go high on the shot.
Game shot on the first
What do I know?
lay. Alex Spellman.
He knew he was going to do the opposite as soon as you mentioned it.
Second leg, James to throw
Well,
first.
James has been
Game
part
on.
of a management stable for the last decade that's included players like Willie Borland, who won the very first week of Series 6,
60.
and Darryl Gurney.
And recently won a tour card back, didn't he, Willie?
Indeed. Shane McGurk, part of that stable. And
100.
players in the past who will be very familiar to discerning darts fans. One of the other ones,
23.
a certain Stuart Kellett.
KO.
Kusta. Well, you might even see him here this year. And I haven't seen Stu for
140.
years. Even if I'm not in the commentary box that week, I'm coming to see him.
Yeah, another player with a lovely throw.
Yeah, lovely guy. Super personality.
180.
The 180s are coming from Wilson, and that is a bad sign for Spellman, even though he's got the lead. If Wilson starts to cook on those maxes, everybody should take note.
140.
Said with Abby just now that Spellman does need a performance. It doesn't have to be
125. Alex,
huge,
you require 121.
but something around the low to mid-90s with a really good doubles percentage would do him the world of good.
Yeah, just give him a lift. Wants the ball here for a 12-darter and a 2-0
96.
lead. And
James, you require 113.
as we've seen with him, left of the target, which has been an issue. Can still finish. Not now.
77. Alex, you require 25.
2 8s.
Game
And
shot
it's
on the second
2-0
leg.
to Spellman.
Alex Spellman.
Just when we think that we've got the form book figured out, Spellman is saying,
Third leg, it's Alex to
you know
throw
what,
first.
I'm going to spoil
Game
it
on.
for you. And look what he's doing statistically. Mid-90s, decent on the doubles. Kind of performance that really does
40.
get the job done more often than not in this arena.
Yeah, 5 scores of a ton or more to Wilson's 4, and 2 of those have been
57.
180s.
One of the things that players like James will look forward to this year is that they will run into players that they've never played before. People like Alex.
125.
Maybe people like Tom van den Hoogen. And you get plenty of chances to play them if you're here for the full week, or indeed only for 2 days. You get a couple of
137.
cracks at them. You might go on tour for 10 years and never play someone.
$60.
Was there anybody that you never played that you really wanted to get your teeth into?
99.
I think I was fairly fortunate. I managed to pretty much play everybody that was
28.
around at the sort of end of my, well, the era that I played in.
60.
Of course, James wasn't in the EDC system when I was playing.
I might play him at the seniors.
Yeah. Yeah, good shout. I hope not.
121. James, you require 148.
260s and double 14. He's peppering that 60.
100. Alex, you
Been
require
all around it.
127.
Might find himself in real trouble here. He's already missed the bull for a 1-2-1 in this game. How about the 1-2-7?
102.
He's been all around that
James,
bullseye
you require
all week.
48.
Yeah, like a second hand on a clock. Yeah, I think I'm going to play Dubby in the World Seniors. We've been on a collision course in every event that we've been in.
40. Alex, you require 25.
I think the speech bubble coming from Jammy Dodger right there is, uh-oh. This is not ideal for Alex. 7 left. Double 2.
21.
Oh my, that's close.
James, you require 8.
James would have probably stood behind that thinking, that's not in. It's damn close.
Game
That's
shot
in,
on the
though.
third leg. James
It's a break of
Wilson.
throw.
Do you think you're going to play Dudbridge?
Yeah, I've just got a funny. We've just been on this
Fourth leg, it's
collision
James to
course
throw
since we've been
first.
playing in
Game
the
on.
seniors, and it almost feels like destiny. We're going to have to. We actually never played in. I'm pretty sure we never. Oh, I don't know.
180.
Nico's on his database. Here's the response. Both in.
140. 100.
I've got a record of you playing Mark Dudbridge 6 times.
Wow.
3-3.
Oh, there you go.
A Championship League darts in 2008. Mark been won 6-4. Last 16 of the Eastbourne Pro in 2005.
99.
The Ireland Autumn Classic in 2005, which you won 6-4. So it's all square.
100.
If you do draw him, it'll be bragging rights for you having the better of the record.
Yeah, adds another little element to it. He's been playing very well of late. Credit to him.
180.
He must be grafting hard.
James, you
And
require
Alex is playing much
121.
better in this game. But the 1-2-1 effort for Wilson is on.
96.
He misses the pull this
Alex,
time.
you
That's the
require
closest he's got
82.
to it. With all of his attempts so far. We're going to see another ball here. Finds another area of the 25, but wants tops.
62.
Costs him
James,
again.
you require 25.
Sure, Wilson's not going to go double 9 first here. Nowhere near it. He
Game
gets the
shot
double 8 for
fourth leg.
2-2, and this
James
one's been
Wilson.
turned around. And that slight head tilt from Spellman tells you
Fifth leg, it's Alex to
nothing
throw
is coming
first.
easy.
Game on.
it's not supposed to. This is a hard school. He knows it. He's been here before. He's made Saturday twice before.
140.
Definitely finding another level in this one in terms of scoring power and consistency.
Yeah, something's clicked a little bit. That lateral drift seems to have been diminished a lot, which is great to see.
78.
Well, call me a cynic, Nico, but the flights look like they've been straightened.
Are you sure about that?
I'm not looking at that one. Oh, no. Cancel that.
60.
I made a comment a few years ago about somebody using very old flights on the European Tour. That comment has followed me around everywhere I go. When I see flights like this, it looks like they've been at the bottom of a
91.
hamster cage. Actually looks at the top of that first dot like they are split.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
54.
I'm going to stick you on the spot because we're in the middle of this fifth leg. We're at the start of the 2024 season. Who do you want to see here more than
58.
anybody else for the first time this year?
Richie Burnett.
Jeff Smith.
Yes. Yes,
100.
I'm loving that.
If there's anybody who's going to find decent hot wings in Portsmouth, it's going to be Jeff. He genuinely only gets them when he succeeds. So watch out, Portsmouth. Jeff might be
Alex
coming for the wings
147.
and for the money and the titles. But Burnett, I am thoroughly behind that. Nice switch.
95. James, you require
This is
139.
so close.
Yeah, in the
Averages,
balance.
doubles, everything's level. They're both 2 from 8 on the outer ring.
99. Alex, you
Both
require
averaging
52.
92. Double 16, the option.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Fine option.
Alex Spellman.
And Wilson will need something decent to make sure that Spellman does not win
Sixth
this
leg,
one
it's
4
James
legs
to
to
throw
2.
First. Game on.
This is a really good performance by Alex, and Tom Sykes likes it too.
81.
Things would bunch up a little bit if Spellman would get the win here. He could jump Connor Scutt in the table and get to 3rd position. Wilson would remain
96.
in the top 2 even with a defeat, but he does not want to taste defeat for the first time on this stage. Hence why he's doing that.
180.
Darius Labanauskas, another one I'd love to see here. Max Hopp, another one when he eventually gets the boot off. Devon Peterson. Ted Evans.
94.
I've always said that.
Charlie Martin, a player that really impressed me at Q School and in the subsequent Dev Tours.
100.
So many to choose from and so few places to fill. I remember 3 years ago when we started in Southampton,
60. James, you
it was
require
difficult to find
140.
players due to the restrictions, but now got people literally knocking on the door.
Yeah, a real blast from the past. Keith Rooney, the Irish fella.
Oh, big Keith. I like Keith.
100.
Great response from Jamie Dodger here. Tops after 12. We said he had to do something really effective.
134.
He
James,
has
you
done
require
that.
40.
And the one that I can't believe we both forgot, Scott Waits.
Game shot on the sixth
More
leg.
players from
James
Yorkshire
Wilson.
potentially. That is an equaliser, and we're going the distance
7th and final leg. It's Alex
Not
to
for the
throw
first
first.
time
Game on.
for James Wilson. But the last time he won 4-3, he did it with the darts at the end. He must go against them here. But the pressure is firmly on
97.
Spellman. If he loses, the gap between James and him will be 6 points.
A couple of the younger players, Nico. Louis Williams,
100.
Bradley Brooks. Oh, big list to fill this year.
Yeah, Bradley Brooks has been on tour constantly for years. Personally, I think
41.
if we were to have Brooks and Williams, it would be beneficial for them both to be here in the same week, to bounce off each other.
140.
Plenty of stuff to talk about in the coming weeks as we finish off Series 6.
67.
Series 7 is just around the corner.
$100.
Wilson on 161. Spellman is starting to come up dry.
43. James, you require 161.
Things are definitely going the way of the freshman here today.
Not often you call a 51-year-old a freshman. Only in darts.
He's a mature student.
59.
Not home and dry yet. I'm not sure about that. I think he's got to go up to the 60 after that first start.
58. James, you require 102.
Easy for me to say that from the chair. Hasn't been an easy game for either player. It's been a very good match.
70.
Match that Wilson will win if he gets 32 next time.
Yeah, and had that landed, he would have won with an average in excess of 95. He'll stay there.
95. James, you require 32.
His standard has not been anywhere close to this so far today. Is James Wilson getting better?
Game, shots.
He keeps
and the
winning.
match. James
He's
Wilson.
on 8 points in the table, and he has now created a gap of 6 points between himself and his opponent, who leaves the stage and only has one more game left against Lee Budgen to see if he can get out Thursday with 4 points. But 93.99 with 4 out of 13 on the doubles, one of the best performances we've seen today, and it has been the best we've seen from James today. When we come back, Lee Budgen, who I've just mentioned, he will take on Tom van den Hoogen in game number 11.
Right then, Lee Budgen and Tom van den Hoogen up next, playing each other for the 4th time this week and both still searching for their first victory in Group C. The Dutchman only claimed 2 wins in Group A, but they were both against this man. Got over the line yesterday with a lovely 117 out, was 4 out of 5 on the outer ring. Can he cause Budgen even more misery in this one? Nico, Mace, how much do you think their previous meetings this week will count for in this one?
A very good question, Abby, because I think it will bode well for Tom. Lee is the only person he's beaten this week, and he's done it twice. And he did so late in the schedule as well, both times. Game 5 on Wednesday, Game 5 on Monday.
First leg, it's Lee to
So
throw
from that
first.
point of view,
Game on.
Tom will feel positive, but maybe Lee is really hunting revenge here, and he might just feel a bit tight with that mindset in his locker. However, what do I know?
180.
Real tight. Couldn't make it up, could we? It's just
58.
say the opposite, Nick.
Can we just reverse by 30 seconds and I'll just say something completely different? Because he's probably going to go and hit something like a 12 darter to start this match off.
140.
There's 5 perfect darts in there. And he's sending a very vivid message to Tom van den Hoogen at the start of this game. If it is to be Lee Budgen who wins it and takes it to 2-2 for the week, they will have a decider tomorrow. But at this early stage, Mace, is it a case of that when they play each other tomorrow, that they might already be out?
100.
Yeah, and that's the issue. That's why we always refer to the rule of 3. If you drop 3 games on the Thursday,
44. Lee, you
mathematically
require
you've not
81.
ruled yourself out, but you can just leave yourself too much work to do.
Double 16 to start with a 12 darter.
49.
A lot of work for Tom to do.
95.
Can't get
Lee,
to the
you require
finish.
32.
Every likelihood he was going to lose the leg anyway. Lee, who's still got 32.
Game shot.
He doesn't have it anymore. That's a
Lee
really good
Budgen.
start.
Second leg, it's Tom
Must
to
be
throw
really
first. Game
difficult
on.
to be in Tom's shoes, because he knows at this stage that qualifying through this group is getting close to impossible already.
121.
The experience that he's had this week, I'm sure, will be invaluable for whatever his next steps are.
96.
I just hope that he's really enjoyed his experience here this week, because it's been really tough for him. He's been up against some top-class players.
40.
But even though a lot of people would agree that maybe he's a little bit out of his depth here, people have got to start somewhere.
Yeah, and what an introduction this is for him.
100.
Look at the impact it made on the Scandinavian players we had over here, and when they came back, how much they elevated their
26.
performance levels. You got to remember, you've got all this data and all this content to take back and analyze and pick up on things that we may spot that you didn't
95.
realize you did. I mean, how many of these players would have had this opportunity to be scrutinized in a nice way?
90.
In previous generations, players like Tom would muck around in cafes in the Netherlands and the odd one in Belgium and maybe never do anything like this.
135.
This way, there's just a little bit of extra hunger because these opportunities are there. They're visible. They're doable. They're
91.
achievable.
Lee requires 75.
He knows all about these opportunities.
Game
Not his
shot,
first time
second
here.
leg.
In
Lee
fact, it's his
Budgen.
5th time here. And on 2 occasions in previous times,
Third
he's
leg,
made
it's Lee to
Saturday
throw
night.
First. Game
Never
on.
really given a good account of himself on a Saturday before. He's going to make it to Saturday out of this group. I feel he's got to win every game from here. And this is a good start.
Yeah, well, he's threatened to perform at this level.
100.
We've seen him go through spells. He's averaging 106.65 right now.
which makes him quite enigmatic.
120.
Because in some games this week, I've seen him in the mid-60s. Got to be more reliable, haven't you? If you have a bad game, you want that to be between 80 and 85. And you want your good games to be in 3 figures.
180.
Like this one. 113.12.
81.
I think Lee might have taken that defeat yesterday quite personally, judging by this response.
40.
Well, it would have been a end of the day coupon buster, wouldn't it?
Goes to show that if you are having a flutter, you've got to do so responsibly.
81.
Over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. We've got a little bit of information for you in the next leg about some of the upcoming players.
Yeah,
We're not going to let everything out of the bag.
93.
In this series coming up in week 11 and week 12.
Prepare to be excited, because I am.
177.
Oh, that's much
Lee
improved
require
from Tom
88.
van den Hoogen there. When Lee thought he was getting to 3-0 easily, he needs double 7 for it.
74.
Well, he was in cruise control
Tom
prior to the
required
beautiful
42.
177 from Tom.
Missed a trick in his first game today when he was playing against Sykes.
Game shot on the third.
It's 2-1 now.
Tom
It's
van
not
den
going to be that
Hoogen.
easy for Budgen by the looks of it, but we could have called it the sat-nav game.
Yeah, well, we've
Fourth
seen
leg, it's
legs
Tom
from
to
him
throw
in.
first.
Well, we've
Game
seen him
on.
be on 10 darters. We've seen him throw 12s, 13s, 14s, and 15. That was a 14. His problem is putting them together.
180.
So his last scoring visit was a 177. Now he's got a maximum, sandwiched a checkout in between
60.
a 42 and 2. That is now 8 perfect darts. 9 perfect darts. Well, still very good.
83.
It's definitely there.
Yes, there's. Like I say, I think his issue is firming up that wrist.
All right, as
84.
promised, we're going to drip feed you a little smattering of what you can see the next couple of weeks here at the MODUS Super Series.
Can I go first?
60.
It'll be very rude of me to say no.
Well, you've mentioned the Joker a few times this week. Inadvertently, it was no kind of.
Yeah, because we were talking about the Riddler being Brian Roman.
There we go. Well, we've got John O'Shea back. I'm really looking
28.
forward to seeing John O'Shea. Good pal of mine. Fine player.
Former world master from 2019.
80.
So you went first. I'll go second. I'm not going to raise you or call you or anything like that, but I'm going to go with Ted Everts, one of my good friends from the tour. Makes the best chocolates on tour.
140.
And if you don't
Tommy
bring any
required
Ted, there's going to be
98.
words.
Isn't he a chef?
He is a chef. I love that player.
66.
Didn't even think about double 19.
Oh, I'm going to go with Joe Mernon.
The man with no nickname, even though he's had 2 in the past.
Shaggy.
And Midnight
45. Tommy required
currently
32.
plays his best darts at Midnight. So stick him in Group B.
Yeah, he'd be fine in Group B.
For 2-2, it's double 8.
Game shot on the fourth.
This one's
leg.
been turned
Tom
around
van den
after a
Hoogen.
brilliant start from Budgen, who was way north of 110 after a leg and a half. He's
Fifth
been
leg, it's
reeled
Lee
in.
to throw first.
Well, they
Game
both
on.
have similar issues, but they're at different levels, aren't they?
We've got one more name for you. And I'm sure when he comes here, he will be adorned in orange.
97.
Bam Bam Bradley Brooks, former world youth champion. And something that Everts and Brooks have got in common. They're both
57.
former world youth champions. Now here's a teaser for you. How many former world youth champions have played in the MODUS Super Series?
96.
Been waiting to ask that question all week.
60.
The very first one has Aaron Monk.
Yep.
He's currently on the PDC Pro Tour after winning a card last year.
140.
Everts and Brooks will join.
Littler.
99.
Luke Littler. There you go. So after the next couple of weeks, that will make 4, with a little caveat for a 5th. Because when we started
128.
this project in its infancy, James Hubbard played.
Yes, he did. Well remembered, Nico.
59. Lee, you require 40.
Oh, coming up over the next couple of weeks, O'Shea,
Game
Everts,
shot on the 5th leg.
Brooks,
Lee
and
Budgen.
Mernon. Looking forward to welcoming all 4 of those here to the
6th
Super
leg. It's Tom
Series.
to throw first. Game on.
And
Hopefully only for a year.
welcome back to the game, Lee Budgen, because that 13 darter wakes up Tom van den Hoogen again.
95.
It's almost as if Lee went to sleep for 2 legs and he's woken back up. Really was a world-class leg.
Yeah, it was well constructed as well.
96.
Let's not forget as well, we've talked about what's happened previously in the week. But these are the only 2 players today who have
100.
not won yet. This is the immediacy of it. Just get a win now. Whatever happened the last 3 days, it doesn't really mean anything now.
And these 2 were bottom of Group A, weren't they?
140.
They were. And they do not want to be bottom of Group C. Even though they are at the minute.
Well, a win for Lee would
96.
put him in 5th spot, level with Spellman. Coming up next, well, I don't think
133.
it can fail to be good. Scutt against Sykes.
I'm all over that. The first 2 players in the building today, keen as mustard.
100. Lee, you require 132.
57 and Bull to finish the game with some champagne.
89.
I think the line was all right. He just
Tommy require
didn't
110.
calculate the length of the hockey that he was throwing from. Just needed a bit of extra height on it. Double 18.
74.
One dart
Lee
to keep
requires
this one alive.
43.
Budgen. 11 for double 16. Can he get over the line this time?
Game
He can.
shot.
A
and the
beautiful
match. Lee
Final
Budgen.
dart finding the middle of double 16. And a very, very tidy performance. 99.35. Well, he started off really well today, as Lee Budgen, with averages of 91.5 and then 93.5, but couldn't get a win. This time takes his numbers even higher, and he gets himself off the foot of the table and picks up his first 2 points. As mentioned, when we come back, a cracking game in prospect. Connor Scutt takes on Tom Sykes.
So to complete our penultimate round of fixtures then, Connor Scutt and Tom Sykes go head-to-head. Could be a really intriguing battle, this one. Sykes looking to make it 4 from 4 in Group C. Would set up that clash with the other unbeaten player in the field, Wilson, in the final round of fixtures. Very nicely, wouldn't it? But Connor Scutt will certainly have a thing or two to say about that. These two, of course, played just 4 days ago on the Challenge Tour in Milton Keynes. And if it's anything like that contest, we are in for a treat. Scutt came through a decider, averaging a shade under a ton. Sykes
First leg,
averaged
it's Connor to
106
throw
in
first.
that particular
Game on.
contest. Can they get near that level here? Let's find out with Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
We'll be hoping so, Abby. I'd love a bit more of what we've just seen from Lee Budgen. That really was a great display, wasn't it?
140.
99.35 the average. And 4 out of 9 on the doubles. If he can reproduce that a little bit more over the next
83.
25 hours, he might just find himself nicking that second spot. However, it may not be the case that both of these strong
84.
players in Group C will progress, because it's James Wilson at the top, undefeated on 8 points after 4 rounds. Like Abby mentioned,
140.
it's Sykes who will play Wilson in the final round. Will that be a battle of the undefeated? Or will Connor Scutt
100.
get himself onto 6 points alongside Tom?
Well, they're both
92.
streak players, aren't they? They both have these incredible spells, but by the very nature of that, they also have
59.
spells where they go slightly missing. And I'm just sort of siding that Sykes could be the more reliable of the two,
100. Connie
But Scutt
require
have the
118.
higher ceiling. It's going to be fascinating how this plays out. Yeah, right, you're going for treble 16 for ball.
86. Tommy require 86.
Just a shame for him that he didn't get the 48, because he did get the ball. Sykes get the 32.
70. Connie
word,
require
that was
32.
close. How close is this? He has to do the same.
Oh, and he's managed to.
No score.
Wow.
Tommy requires 16.
One of the drawbacks of having tapered darts like that is that they do go closer together.
Yeah,
Game
won't
shot
get
the
that
first leg.
traditional
Tom
bump
Sykes.
off the barrel.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Tom is living proof that the ADC system can give you a great route to what you
58.
dream of. I don't know if he actually brought his belt with him here this weekend. We have had belt winners play in Super Series
42.
action, but they don't bring the belt with them on the stage, do they?
You'd like to see them do the whole walk on with a bit
Yeah.
of flashing lights, Nico, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if I had a belt, I'd take it everywhere.
99.
I actually floated the idea to Rob Cross once, and he thought it was a good idea, but he never did anything about it. When he won the world title in 2018,
180.
I said, what you should do is get a belt made, a la WWE, something really, really
100.
In your
bright.
face.
Yeah, with the PDC logo in the middle. Just carry it everywhere. Just saying that you're the world champion, because you can't carry the Sid Waddell trophy everywhere. It's very
100. Too
heavy.
heavy.
Get a belt, stick it over your shoulder, and every Premier League, you walk down that thing as the world champ. I just think it's got a ring to it.
Hold it up and all that.
54.
You're definitely a bit bonkers, Nico.
Of course I am.
In a nice kind of way. I like you. You're as mad
99.
as a box of rocks.
Things that I think about when I'm going to sleep at night.
140. Connie require 80.
There's an argument for another small 20 there.
Agreed. A la Andy Hamilton.
Game shot on the
That's a
second leg.
beautiful
Connor
tops.
Scutt.
Had to move. Had to change the line. Had to change the weight of dart.
Third leg, it's Connor to throw
Ultimately,
first. Game
In
on.
it sails for 1-all in 15.
I like this dart shirt, by the way, of Scutt. It's got the tiniest little bit of military feel to
57.
it,
Yes, menacing.
but it's got jade green as well. One of my favourite colours.
45.
Back in the day, Nico, I had a whistle that colour.
The green or the black?
The green.
You had a suit that colour.
Yeah.
140.
It's a beauty.
I can't say anything. I've had some shockers on stage.
140.
Remember that pink shirt I wore at the Grand Slam against Aaron Monk? My word. That is one of my
58.
biggest fashion faux
I'll
pas.
tell you a true story. Susie Wong, who makes all the boxing shorts, was meant to have made me a
100.
new dart shirt, and something went wrong. And Ricky Hatton's best pal Daz Lee was behind it all.
134.
And then he was due to be coming to the Worlds at the Tavern, and he said, "Mace, got a bit of a problem." I said, "What's up?" He said, "Have you brought a dart shirt?" I said, "Well, no, you're bringing me one."
112.
It wasn't ready. I said, "Oh," he said, "I've made you one." I'll show you a picture of it in a minute.
I look forward to it.
56. Tom, you require
It was
119.
catastrophic.
Uh-oh. Just like that first start, unfortunately for Tom,
41.
Scutt has
Connor,
any
you require
ambition
56.
of him taking this third leg at that visit. Second time we've seen this today.
Game shot on
But
the
it
third
works.
leg. Connor Scutt.
And Connor Scutt has put Tom Sykes in a position that he is very unfamiliar with
Fourth
because
leg, it's
he
Tom
has
to
not
throw
relinquished
first.
more than
Game
one
on.
leg today until now.
Yeah, how will he respond?
60.
Yeah, that Grand Slam that I wore that pink shirt, I had grey trousers with pink trim. And
57.
in a subsequent game, I had a tartan shirt. Don't know what I was thinking.
Well, listen, I'm a fan of pink, so
180.
It wasn't a nice pink, not a Keegan Brown pink. It was more of a Pepto-Bismol pink.
140.
very apt. I had that as a chaser back in the day.
100.
These guys are in such a lovely rhythm in this game.
57.
We've seen some
Tommy
games this
Mackay,
week that really haven't
161.
suited some players, but these guys are very comfortable against each other. Continuous throws, no aiming, it's all about
42.
feel. Oh, this is magical. He's going to go for the max and get it from the open bit as well.
180. Tommy Mackay,
He was
119.
staring that exact spot in the treble 20, and he's going to get the reward, a go at 67
Connor, you require
for 3-1.
67.
Pick your route. Could have had treble 9. He's going to go for tops.
47.
And this game
Tommy
is so
required
tight that he
20.
misses that one chance, and Sykes is saying, "You miss, I'll hit."
Game
brilliant.
shot on the fourth
And does.
leg. Tom Sykes.
I am all over this game.
Fifth
Like
leg. It's
white
Connor to
on
throw
rice.
First. Game on.
This is the kind of game that we live for here in Portsmouth. It's a good standard. It's extremely tight.
57.
And in relation to the table, it's incredibly important.
86.
Even at this early stage. Just imagine if Sykes wins and goes to 8. Scutt will remain on 4. 4-point gaps are
135.
not good. How many times do you see somebody recover from a 4-point gap? Not very often.
Yeah, and this is the type of group
134.
where listen, there's some dangerous spoilers in there in Spellman and Budgen.
Especially when you consider that the
58.
second best performance of the day has just come from Budgen. It's brilliant.
180.
4 180s in this game. 2 apiece.
140. Tommy require 101.
Again, almost neck and neck. Double 12.
Game shot
Oh,
on the fifth
yeah.
leg. Tom
Now
Sykes.
a Hoogen, 12 darter from Sykes. That's a break. And Scutt, who was so comfortable
Sixth leg. It's
after
Tom to
3
throw
legs,
first. Game
isn't
on.
comfortable anymore.
No, because Sykes has the darts to get it done. That one dart at tops has proved to
91.
be seriously costly for Connor Scutt.
Seems a long time ago since that Sykes win in Game 9,
140.
where he averaged 79.62 against Budgen, who averaged 71.8. What is it about round 3 this week, where we've seen people
58.
really lose their weight?
And it's those middle matches, isn't it? It's happened frequently this week.
140.
Tell you what Connor Scutt's thinking right now. Haven't things got harder in this format than they were before?
I tell you what he's
100.
thinking. Break and hold, break and hold, break and hold.
Up to the 18s.
57.
Didn't really need a troublous visit there after back-to-back 140s. Here comes Sykes.
140. Connie Recline 164.
Not going to hit it. So Tom's got a chance of winning 3 straight legs against
94.
Scutt
Tommy Recline 112.
and being on 8 points from 4 games.
Game,
Oh, that's
shot,
brilliant.
And the match.
What a
Tom
sprint to the
Sykes.
end from Tom Sykes. We gave him the big build-up at the start, but that was a stupendous performance. When he was in trouble after 3 legs, he finds a burst, and that's what he did overall. Nearly a 96 average and 57% on the doubles. He's here to win, and he's in a top 2 spot with his fellow Yorkshireman, James Wilson, who he will play in the penultimate game of the day. Are we looking forward to that? You bet we are. But before we get there, it's going to be Budgen against Spellman to end their day.
One more round of fixtures to bring you on the opening day of Group C action. First to complete their day's play, Alex Spellman and Lee Budgen, both with 1 win to their name at the moment. And you feel that whoever is defeated here is realistically out of the running, which is really remarkable when you consider how excited we were to see what Spellman would treat us to this week. There's confirmation that they're both stuck on 2 points at the moment. One will join Connor Scutt on 4, but there really is a big gap now, isn't there, between the top two and the rest of the chasing pack. This, of course, the fourth meeting of the week between Budgen and Spellman. Spellman leads the head-to-head 2-1. Who'll come out on top in this one? Let's find out with Mason Nico.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, Spellman leads 2-1, but we've seen a slightly different Budgen last time out, Nico. And, well, the bookies go 11-10 Lee Budgen, 4-6 Spellman. I think Budgen might take this.
Yeah,
with the throw as well.
It's not just because he played well in the previous match. In 2 of the other 3, he played well as well, even though he was defeated. And even though we saw a little better in the output from Spellman in game 10 against Wilson, admittedly he did lose that game.
Game on.
It just feels as if Budgen is going to be a bit more likely in this game, and the early exchanges will tell us an awful lot.
137.
It's got a feeling that whoever sort of applies themselves the earliest in this encounter will go on to win it.
119.
An awfully long way to come to not make Saturday, that's for sure. But he wouldn't be the first to travel vast distances
85.
without making finals night in a week like this. It's getting harder and harder every single series. And it's very easy for us to say that. But when you see the caliber of players that aren't making Saturdays now, people used to come up to the Super Series and think, well, that's okay. I'm of a certain standard. I'm going to make Saturday minimum. No longer do they say that.
44.
No, how many surprise packages are we getting from countries outside of the UK? They're rocking up and not only making Saturday night, but winning the week.
85.
A big end to the darting week coming up. Not only the finals of week 10 here at the MODUS Super Series. You've got ranking events in Romania this weekend in the WDF. Good luck to everybody
45.
attending that. Ahead of the Dutch Open next week.
Yeah, fabulous little tournament, that one in Romania. I went a few years ago with the West Midlands boys and had an absolute blast and a beautiful place.
The Dutch Darts Masters
60.
in the Netherlands, which you're going to be attending.
Yep, I'm on my travels at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So be just a case of closing my eyes and opening them and then back on the road.
138. Alex, you require 100.
The life of a sports broadcaster, eh? That one's gone in really sideways. Got to be tops. Twice. He's got to lie.
60.
Well, it's not too bad,
Lee, you
Nico,
require
because
52.
I get home on Sunday, get 3 days home, and then I'm down at Milton Keynes with the Masters.
There's worse jobs to do.
Game shot on the first leg.
Made a good job of
Lee
that.
Budgen.
17 dart hold, 1 dart at tops.
Just
Second
starting,
leg is
Spellman.
Alex
just starting to
throw
wonder
first.
how much of this Alex Spellman can take, you know. This is turning out to be one of those weeks where he's not the axe, he's the timber.
I love that.
100.
Stolen.
Yeah, just how sharp is Lee Budgen, though? Would you rather be hit with a sharp axe or a blunt one?
Both going to hurt, Nico.
45.
Ever been to North Carolina?
I haven't.
41.
I've danced to a Carolina tune back in the day.
By Shaggy?
It was. Not Joe Murnan, I hasten to add. Although I won't mind him coming in singing it when he's here over the next
140.
Joe
2
Mernon?
weeks. Yeah.
Singing?
I don't know.
I don't think you're going to get Joe Mernon singing. I don't think you're going to get Alex Spellman singing with any sort of joy at the minute either. This is very much hard work for him.
Yeah, been a tough week. There was a whole heap of
140.
expectation regarding Alex Spellman, and he should take that as a compliment.
He's got lots of opportunities, hasn't he? He had the chance after qualifying school and the challenge tour to say to himself, am I going to do this tournament? Am I going to do this tournament? He had the chance to go to Vegas. He chose the challenge tour. It's a very big juggling act
22.
These days, being at this level. If you're a PDC pro, you can play Players' Championships, you can play Majors, and the Invitational events. And you can play stuff that isn't streamed.
140. Lee require
But if you're at this level, you've got
154.
so much choice.
Yeah, I think that may have been the overriding issue. He just
94.
for me, it's like
Alex
he's hit a
require
brick wall and
120.
he maybe just all darted out.
And that is a phrase that we use when you hit the wall, being darted out. All you need is a week.
84. Lee requires 60.
You don't think about this sport. Everybody needs to take a break from something, no matter how much you love it. The words of the great Doyle
No
Brunson.
score.
And oh my
Alex
word.
require 36.
Unforgivable, isn't it?
Game shot on the second
Alex
leg.
Spellman won't be
Alex Spellman.
saying it's unforgivable. He is very happy that happened.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Speaking of being darted out, I remember that back in 2009, you know, Mace. We went all the way to Australia to play in a series of events at Coogee Bay. Beautiful part of New
I was
South
going to
Wales.
say, it just sounds lovely.
134.
We did 2 Australian ranking events on the Saturday and then the Sunday, and then we had this team event on for 3 days.
Oof.
Terry Jenkins was there, Dennis Ovens was there,
134.
Mark Webster came over. It's tiring stuff, 5 straight days of darts. And then in the team event, I just hit the wall. I'd been playing constantly for about 6-7 months. And I decided to withdraw from something the next day.
61.
And I went for a walk at Bondi Beach with a couple of friends of mine. Just didn't think about darts all day. And I thought, I need to be fresh for the Australian Open. Fresh as a daisy, went and won it. If I didn't take that day off, I wouldn't have won it.
Yeah,
45.
made the right call.
Every time I mention that place, anybody who was there talks about one thing and one thing only. The pie shop across the road.
57.
All they ever talk about, that famous pie shop in Coogee Bay.
$85.
Good last start. However, Budgen is still the favourite here after 9 darts. The practice room right now, which has actually changed location
59.
in this arena in the last few weeks. You'll find James Wilson and Tom Sykes right now. The grin from ear to ear because today has gone to plan.
85.
One of them is going to be undefeated and become the second person here this week to have a perfect day behind Brian Roman, who did it yesterday.
60. Alex, you
That was
require
a very erratic 60 from
152.
Budgen. Baffling, really. The first start was nearly in tops.
$74.
Can he get it
Lee
right this
require
time? Needs 4 of
130.
them to leave the bull. That's better.
Ooh,
84.
how costly
Alex requires
will that
78.
be?
Let's find out. Double 12. You know how they say that
66.
switching from
Lee
double 18 to
required
double 9 is a
46.
tricky switch? I think that double 12 to double 6 isn't prime either. Almost himself in the
Game
bottom
shot
of the board
third
there.
leg.
That
Lee
was a
Budgen.
suspect first start, but a brilliant second. Who won to Budgen? He inches
Fourth leg, it's
closer
Alex to
to
throw
4 points
first.
for the day.
Game on.
Is that enough, considering what we've seen so far?
Well, after the start he made, I suppose it's being grateful for just picking up
60.
crumbs.
Those flights are getting worse. I hate to tell you this, Mace, but in one of those Alex Spellman flights, there's a notch in one of the tops of the flights now. Looks like something's taken a bite out of it.
100.
Yeah, they're smashed.
These are biodegradable flights.
Oh, look at that. And it's flat.
140.
The one dart that looks, well, the one flight that almost looks okay was the final dart that landed.
One of my ideas actually was
86.
to bring one of my antique sets of darts in so we can see some of these players throw with the kind of equipment that they had in the 1960s. I've got a couple of sets of old antique darts in their original
41.
Bakelite cases.
Wow.
Next time we're both here, I'll let you have a,
We'll have to have a
throw with them.
We'll have to have a game with them, won't they? Just maybe a 101 so we don't take up too much tape.
Maybe on an older board as well. If we can get an old board. What darts used to be like in the 1970s.
100.
105 plus needed by Budgen to get to a finish. Just becoming more erratic by the visit.
And again,
21.
as we
Alex
always say at this
require
time of day on a
160.
Thursday, for those that have played in Group A, a bit of fatigue will enter the equation.
100.
It's Tom van den Hoogen who has the long shift today. He got game 1 and game 15 and 3 in between. And these guys are done with this one. They can think about
60.
Friday preparation.
Alex requires 60.
Players are desperate to walk away with 4 points. But it's only one dart at tops here for Alex.
20.
Well, it's been such an indifferent leg for this man. Spellman's back with 3 in hand.
98. Alex
If I
requires
were Alex
40.
right now, I'd sniff a really big opportunity here because Budgen has fallen off a cliff form-wise.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Alex Spellman.
Gone from being irresistible in game 11 to right here, productivity has gone
5th leg,
down
it's
by
Lee to throw
24
first.
points.
Game on.
Yeah. And I'd like to put it down to missed doubles, but he's had 2 at a double and hit both.
Here we go with the old commentator's curse once again.
180.
Just like Black Box, right on time. You don't remember that song?
38.
You're a lot younger than I am. I wonder what the first darting memory would be for some of these
59.
players. Because I remember when somebody recently was saying that their first real inspirational darting memory was Gary Anderson winning his first world
140.
title. And I thought, you've got to be kidding me. That was in 2015.
Mine was that I can avidly remember
100.
Leighton in 78.
Eric winning in the 80s. It just happened every week. Darts was everywhere when I was younger. It was on every channel.
70s and 80s, it was massive.
Grandstand on the BBC on a Saturday. It was, oh, is there darts on today? Of course there is. Every week. Home internationals and certain tournaments.
87.
Tremendous. I'd like to think that we are entering a new hot phase.
Yeah, the media
25.
attention
Lee
on the back
requires
of
75.
Luke Littler's run to the final. And then going on to win in Bahrain, it just went up another level, didn't it? On that finals day when we got to the venue really early, didn't we? Midday-ish. I don't think I've ever
34.
done so much media.
Alex requires 161.
We were both getting pulled from pillar to post from broadcasters, Japan to Australia.
Yeah.
It was.
I felt like Mrs. Incredible. Had to be that elasticated in every direction I was being
97.
pulled, just like you.
Lee required 41.
Gets the single. Gets the
Game shot on
double.
the fifth leg.
That looked very tidy,
Budgen.
but I assure you, that 17 darter was a little bit up and down.
Sixth leg, it's Alex to throw
And one of the
first.
things that proves
Game
what you
on.
just said about the media attention around darts over the last few weeks. When Littler had the 350 in 6 in Bahrain, I quote posted something
81.
from that and left it alone for a couple of days. Didn't even look at it. The post had been looked at 1.1 million times, and I couldn't believe it. And I said, that
84.
surely proves that more people are seeing darts than ever.
Yeah, my indicator is when I don't have the butler go to the supermarket for me and I have to
100.
I have to do it is, that's a joke, by the way, for those without a sense of humour. When Fallon did her thing at the Palace and just people stopping and going, oh, wasn't it incredible? And then the same thing has happened, but times 10 with Littler.
Yeah, Budgen knows a thing or two about playing Fallon Sherrick. He's played her here.
54.
Could be 9 darts from here for Lee to walk away with 4 points. Still remain in the
59.
hunt, but only just. Spellman looks dead on his feet to me.
Agreed.
I think he's just sick and tired of that losing feeling.
137.
Well, it's something he's not really accustomed to here at the Super Series.
Well, he's used to making Saturdays. He's won a Group A before, and quite comfortably. But this has been anything but comfortable.
180. Alex, you require 129.
That was only ever going to be a max after Dart 1.
129 to save the match. The chance is gone. But the opportunity for Budgen to walk away with 4 points today now presents itself.
Game,
The chance is taken.
And the match, Lee Budgen.
And Budgen does equalise in their head-to-head for the week. Spellman had the better of it earlier in the week, but Budgen takes today's spoils. A steady display on the scoring, but look at the doubles. Nothing wrong with them. 4 out of 4, and we've had a few of those this week, believe it or not. Budgen, 4 points, Spellman 2, and their leg count is very similar to what they got in the points table today, as you can see. When we come back, it's that game that we all wanted to see after we saw 4 undefeated matches for both players. It's going to be Sykes and Wilson straight after this.
Our penultimate game of the session then, Tom Sykes taking on James Wilson. Both players have dealt with absolutely everything that's been thrown at them so far today. Sykes averaging just shy of 96 last time out. A real statement performance to get the better of a real rival in Group C in Connor Scutt, getting over the line with a lovely 112 out. As for Wilson, recovered well from a middle match dip last time out to come through a decider against Spellman. To see who goes through the card today then, let's return to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Well,
First leg,
they go
it's
Tom
to throw
Sykes,
first.
even money.
Game
Well, they
on.
did before the off today. Tom Sykes was even money. James Wilson was 8 to 11 against the throw. Now, I had
60.
a little X on all the matches that I thought I could pick a winner. First one right, second one right, third one right, fourth
91.
one right. Didn't like Sykes versus Spellman. I picked Connor to beat Lee and
100.
Alex to beat Tom H. Didn't like the James versus Connor game. No bet or no selection. Then I had Sykes to beat Lee. Wilson to beat Alex.
123.
Lee to beat Tom. And Connor to beat Tom Sykes. And that's the only one I got wrong.
100.
Not bad.
Out of 12. 3 games I just couldn't pick a winner in.
I think this one's pretty much a 50-50,
99.
isn't it, right now?
Yeah. Yeah, on the back of what we've seen so far.
Isn't it good for Yorkshire darts that they've got this battle, though?
60.
Plenty of Yorkshire talent out there at this level. And it may be getting even stronger. Oh, there's another
120.
crazy collision for James Wilson. Just another one to add to his collection.
Well, for those that
130.
follow the bet builder,
James
and
requires
for those of you
68.
that almost create it with your popular punts, Sykes wins this one. That bet builder's in.
Double two.
Game shot on the first
Wilson
leg.
says no.
James Wilson.
Break of throw.
Whatever happens in this game, and as much
Second leg, it's
importance
James to
as we
throw
can
first.
place on it,
Game on.
I don't want to be the person who looks at the glass half empty. But whoever loses this game is still going to be at least 2 points clear
81.
of third position. So what they've both done today is they've created strength for tomorrow before the 5th game.
Yeah, they've given themselves a bit of a
99.
buffer, haven't they? They've given themselves a game that they can afford to drop.
And the really bad thing for Lee Budgen now, being on 4
100.
points, is that he's looking at both of these players who have double that amount. There's a possibility that both of them might have 6 more than him
95.
come tomorrow in his first game.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, Connor's playing Tom Vanden Hoogen in our final match of the session, and it goes without saying
140.
for Connor Scutt, it's a must-win game.
He has to. He loses that one, and these two are going to be rubbing their hands, saying excellent.
Yeah, and he's
99.
gonna have to go through the card tomorrow. That will be his first match on tomorrow. So before the others are involved, he could find himself on 8 points.
100.
And there's no point Connor Scutt right now worrying about this result, because either way,
Yeah.
it doesn't make any difference at all.
No, all he has to
44.
make sure
James
priority
require
number
80.
one will be to win his opening 2 games, and one of them will be against Sykes, of course. So if he loses here,
50.
will then
Tommy require
find himself
164.
demoted into spot 3. Only the top 2 from this group will join
104.
Brian Roman
James, you require 30.
in Saturday's final. And don't forget, we're back on air tonight with Group B, 9:45 on Sporty Stuff TV, and of course on our YouTube channel or all your chosen betting app.
Game shot on the second leg. James Wilson.
Tremendous recovery there from Jamie Dodger. Very unsure of what to do after missing the double
Third leg, it's
15 on
Tom
the
to throw
inside.
First. Game on.
For the first time today, Sykes looks at somebody beating him 2-0.
I was thinking, Nico, about those that, and it was
60.
rammed in here when Luke Littler played on the Saturday night when we have fans in, and he was just mulling around, chatting with everybody,
93.
taking photos. Imagine the experience that was for them to go on and see what he's now gone on to do and is doing.
140.
I think to spend some time with Luke Littler now would be a bit more expensive than £2.
Yeah, exactly that. And just be sat in the crowd with him.
Just let us warn you that
58.
you can spend time with some rather remarkable talent here for a very small booking fee on a Saturday night.
Yeah, head over
57.
to www.dartshop.tv. All the ticket information there, not just how you get your ticket here, but also all the seniors events and all the many exhibitions put
93.
on by MODUS throughout the year. There's some banging events this year with the biggest names in world darts.
180.
Ooh, a little bit of posturing there from Tom.
Fan of that. Exaggerated end of throw.
43. Tom, you require 64.
He can kick from behind. He did it in his last match. So don't count him out yet.
Game
Brilliant
shot on the
dart.
third
Yeah, it's like the
leg.
golfers
Tom
do that on the end of
Sykes.
their swing, don't they? And they just lock in that position.
Yeah, just leave it there.
Yeah.
When Rory hits a big
Full leg
drive,
exchange
baby
to throw
draw around the
first.
corner and
Game
just
on.
stays there, showing off. Why wouldn't he? Winner of the Dubai Desert Classic for the 4th time last week. Incredible achievement.
Yeah, much to the annoyance of the missus. I was
121.
sat in the pub all afternoon with that on the big TV.
Admiring the skyline of Dubai.
Yep. Admiring the
39.
skills of Rory.
$66.
That was a good visit until dart 3. Again, just like the Scutt game, these two really do suit each other. No stopping points. They're very patient players, but they do get on with it.
Yeah, rhythmic. All about the tempo with these two.
58.
That's a slip.
Think about when James Wilson was top of the BDO
85.
rankings just over 10 years ago. Tom Sykes would have been this burgeoning young talent potentially. Thinking, oh, it'd be great to have a game against James Wilson at some point.
128.
Amazing what happens.
$42.
Somebody's going to be
James
very,
require
very happy with their day's
128.
work in about 6 or 7 minutes potentially. Another one. It might even be less than 6 or 7 minutes. It
Game
might
shot
be
on
as
the
little as
fourth
2.
leg. James
Because
Wilson.
that is a beauty from J-Dub.
Yeah, just when Tom Sykes looked like he was getting
Fifth
back
leg, it's
into the
Tom to throw
match,
first. Game
even
on.
at this moment, he'll be thinking to himself, fair play, that was a great shot.
Dart players with the initials JW.
57.
Jockey Wilson, Jermaine Watamina. Brings up a really interesting question, doesn't it, that you posed to me during the World Championship and you thought you'd snookered me.
55.
You said there had been 3 World Championship finals where people had the same first
57.
name. You mentioned Littler against Humphreys, Smith against Van Gerwen. You didn't think I'd know the third one.
Oh, yeah. John Lowe was in it. The other one was a Scotsman.
140.
Yeah, John Thomas Wilson. And I wouldn't have got that if it hadn't been
93.
for a video that Sid Waddell made when he was still alive. He always used to refer to jockey as John Thomas Wilson.
60.
Now, Sykes is going to be
100.
undefeated today. He's going to have to motor from here. And he will have this little thing just sitting on his shoulder, reminding him of the last time he was here. He had a strong Thursday and he was pipped to the post on Friday. He does
100.
not want to have that happen again.
No.
There have been many people who have graced Group C action who have been
96.
dreaming of a
James
Saturday
required
night in front of the fans. And
146.
some of them have come up short every time. Namely, Adam Lipscomb desperately wants to make a Saturday in front of his home fans here. 66 left.
90.
And if Sykes
Tommy
doesn't hit
required
this,
98.
it could be the end of his day and the end of his undefeated run. 93.
35.
Wilson's been good,
James required 56.
but all of his finishes have been supremely timed. Double top. And this one is
Game,
timed
shot, and the
perfectly as
match.
well.
James Wilson.
Not a great deal between the averages, but you have to say that Wilson was marginally the better player. 7% between them in the finishing. You can see that it was all about the fact that Wilson got chances and he took them every single time. You can see that the 89 average was good enough as well. So an undefeated debut day for the Jammy Dodger. He'll be elated with that. And I'm sure Tom Sykes philosophically will think that that's not a bad start to Group C here in Week 10. We'll take a short break. And when Tom van den Hoogen comes back, he has one more chance to get some points. But he's up against Connor Scutt.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I'm now joined by the player who has gone through the card today in Group C on debut here at the Super Series. James Wilson, not a bad start to life here.
Yeah, not a bad start. You know, there'll be some tough games. You know, some great players here. You know, I was lucky in a few, but, you know, obviously, you know, I just dug in. You know, I thought I can win this, and I have. So, you know, it's going quite well.
And your finishing has been sublime since your opening game, but the 1-2-8 against Tom, that was really crucial, wasn't it? Especially given where he was in that match as well.
Yeah, well, we've both been looking at each other at tables,
Yeah.
obviously. You know, and the 1-2-8, it was like, right, you've got 1 to 8 left. So you scored 1 to 8, hit 1 to 8, and it'll hurt him. And I did. And it did.
And there was a little bit of a lull in your middle match. Were you just feeling it a little bit, playing 5 matches consecutively?
Yeah, it's an hard day, don't get me wrong, but I'm quite enjoying it. I really am. I've looked forward to coming down here for a while, after not getting my card, which I'm quite happy about. I've really enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to more.
Yeah, and after missing out on your tour card, how nice is it to have so many opportunities?
Well, that's the thing. If you get your card, you haven't got any opportunities. But me, obviously, now, I've got this, seniors, I've got a lot of other things to do. I've got time on my hands and I can choose things. I'm not, bound by one thing.
And you are very well placed at the top of the league standings heading into the second day of Group C action. We can see it there on 10 points. Tom Sykes, Lee Budgen, Connor Scutt, of course, has the opportunity to move on to 6 points in our final match of the day. But when you look at that field, to go through that card when there's so much talent, you've still got it.
I've still got it. It's a massive field, and trust me, I'm quite happy to be at the top of that field. I mean, being third in that field, I'd have been happy going into tomorrow. But being top, I'm quite happy with it. Quite happy with my performance.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing you back in action tomorrow. We do, of course, have one more fixture to bring you in Group C. Can Connor Scutt close the gap on this man at the top of the table? Let's find out. Nico and Mace, over to you.
Thank you, Abby. Great to hear from James Wilson. Well, he was the lethal biscuit. He was a lethal player today, wasn't he? My goodness. Dropping just 8 legs all day. And, well, some interesting thoughts from
First
James
leg,
Wilson.
Tom
There's
to throw
nothing
first.
that we haven't
Game
been
on.
saying for a good year or so, Paul.
Yeah, I have to say that sometimes it takes a very honest human being like James to air
80.
what a lot of other people are thinking. And the debate about 2 words that he said during that interview.
180.
Being bound. I'm not going to have an opinion on it right now, but it is a discussion that is raging on at the minute.
137.
And at the minute, what we've seen is a great first day from James Wilson. 86.32 is average for the day, and 40% on doubles. It just proves that you don't have to go out there and average 95 and 75% on doubles for the day to be in a really good position. He was
92.
effective all day long, and that's why he won all 5 matches, sorry. Well, Connor Scutt has been white hot
180.
at the start of this game on double 10 after 9.
What a leg. 180, 121, 180.
60. Connor, you
It was quite unfortunate to get the 1 and the 1-2-1.
Game shot
That's
on
a
the
10
first
dart
leg.
leg.
Best
Connor
leg
Scutt.
of the day. Best leg of the week.
Yeah, it's the second 10 darter we've had, and we
Second
are
leg,
hoping
Connor
it's
to
the
throw
second best
first.
leg of the
Game
week.
on.
It's a real statement from Connor Scutt. But if you think
80.
that that's unlucky, you'll be right. But if you think this is out of the blue, this is the kind of thing he did on many occasions when he played in our previous studio. He loved that little room.
74.
There were even occasions where he heard about the fastest game record and he wanted to break that record. He was so adamant he was going to get it
174.
that he was running around the room. Five minutes 42.
134.
The record for the quickest game, Alexander Mertz against Jelle Klaassen. If you're going to break the record, it has to be 4-0.
137.
Well, it's something that we touched on over the course of 3 days of Group A that we thought Scutt could be the one that
100.
possibly
Connor, you require 110.
do it.
He's got a dance partner here who's not slow at all. Double top for 12.
70.
Already past the halfway point of the record. That's how quick it was.
64. Connor, you require 40.
Most important thing is to get the points.
Game
Double 10
shot
has
on the
given him
second
2
leg.
legs
Connor Scutt.
in 2 minutes 44. This is fast, and it is
Third leg, it's Tom to
fantastic.
throw first.
And
Game
it's
on.
record-breaking pace being set here
Last time we mentioned Daryl Pilgrim's record, the next thing that Lee Budgen did was
96.
the whole generation game ski jump thing. Just went over the edge.
82.
The amount of practice that Connor puts in, he's a real workhorse. Doing 5 games in a day, it will feel
39.
very comfortable to him. And the fact that this is his first game slab of the week, he will feel like he could go again after this.
34.
He looks at Tom van den Hoogen, sorry, as someone he must dispose of.
96.
Absolutely. In the nicest possible way.
137.
Why is he doing that? The only time I'm going to flash up his average is if he's really close to the end.
180. Can he require 148?
Falling short of the 18s.
42.
Not once
Tommy
but twice.
requiring
But
90.
full credit to Tom. Another 20 for Bull.
65.
Excellent attempt
Conor,
for a 15 darter.
106.
Double 18 needed this time. And this time he gets it.
74.
So
Tommy
that would have
required
been
25.
4 minutes 30. He was on course.
17. Connor, you require 32.
Don't see a way back for Tom if this goes in. That's awkward.
Game
Not
shot
for
on the
long.
third leg. Connor Scutt.
It's gone from being an obliterating display
Fourth leg, it's Connor
with an
to throw
average in
first.
excess
Game on.
of record territory to being something that feels awfully 2021.
95.
It was the back end of that yet that Connor really came to our attention. We thought, who's this diminutive young man? Is he any good? Within a week or so, we
39.
thought, yeah, he's rather useful. Also a big learning machine as well.
134.
When he's unsure about something, he's not afraid to ask, and that is a great quality to have.
Yeah, absolutely
98.
flying here. 108.25 the average. Possibly 6 or so darts away. Well, may go Bull.
105.
Yep, to leave 167 after 9.
$77. Connor, you require 167.
May go back up to the treble. Yeah,
59.
confirming with this performance that Connor Scutt is very much going to be in the mix
20. Connor, you
tomorrow.
require 108. $43. $170. Connor, you
Another
require 65.
170 score. Gone 33 for 32. Oh, and he's missed it.
25. Tom, you require 97.
To save it. Double 19 for tops was the route.
38. Connor, you require 40. Game, shots,
Well, a
and the
fabulous
match.
performance from Connor Scutt. 98.56 the average in an absolute drubbing of Tom van den Hoogen, who was reduced to just 2 darts at a double in the entire match. 4 out of 9 for Connor, 44.44%, and that win was important, and the manner in that win, because he's now got his leg difference back in the black. He is 6 points plus 1, 2 points behind Tom Sykes on 8 points plus 8. And James Wilson, as we heard from Abby and James himself, the overnight leader, he was perfect. Well, let's have a quick review of the action with Abby and Paul Nicholson.
Well, that really was a statement victory from Connor Scutt. Just over 7 minutes in the end. You feel he needed that, not just to close the gap on the two players above him, but also for himself, given how the day had unfolded prior to that.
Not an easy day at all. You had Sykes, you had Wilson playing some great darts at times. When things dipped, it seemed like they were able to win when Connor wasn't. So that the fact that he's able to put that performance in and show Sykes and Wilson, and indeed the others, that he has that in the locker right now, it bodes well for tomorrow.
Yeah, we can have a little look then at the 15 games, the results that we have seen over the course of this afternoon session. It kick-started with a fantastic victory for Tom Sykes. We spoke about him at the start of the day's play and how he could be a bit of an underdog in this group. You mentioned his Group C campaign when he was on debut here in September. He could do even better this time around.
He might do as well, but it's not going to be easy for him with Scutt just behind him and James in front. I loved the honesty of Wilson when he was with you after that penultimate match. But the fact that we are seeing the fresh players doing the best today, is that a sign of what is going to come tomorrow? They've all got positivity going into Friday, whereas the other three have just got a little bit more negativity, unfortunately.
Yeah, Lee Budgen and Alex Spellman. That was a really crucial contest. Budgen getting over the line 4-2 in that one. That feels like the match that really did end the Americans' chances.
You have to say so. We wanted the best for Alex this week. It just hasn't been his week, and it happens to everybody. We've seen former weekly champion John Henderson having struggles on Thursdays and Fridays before. It's really tough to come here and play 3 straight weeks. So we feel his pain, but if he's going to get through in this group now, he's going to need a miracle.
What would your advice be for Spellman going forward? We take it as granted that he's probably not going to qualify for finals night. Do you believe he needs a bit of time away from the game?
Yeah, just maybe a week or two, just to recharge the batteries. I read a book called Super System about 15 years ago by Doyle Brunson, and he was a very famous poker player in old Las Vegas, and he talked about how playing week in, week out, and being at the table and constantly concentrating, you get to a wall, and no matter how much you love something, you need to take a break from it. He went to Hawaii for 2 weeks, came back, and he was right on point again, and maybe Alex needs something like that. I'm not saying he needs to go to Hawaii, but I think just a break at home, back in North Carolina, just recharge the batteries and he'll be fine in 2 or 3 weeks.
Tom Sykes, we mentioned the start he had today, a 1-2-1 to complete a 12-dart leg, really set his stalls out from the beginning. What improvements have you noticed in his game from now compared to September?
Just marginal improvements, really. I think he's got that same intensity, but I think confidence being an intangible thing, it's hard to measure it, but since then, I think he's become a better player. Yes, he won the belt on this stage. He couldn't wait to come back. When you come back to a place that gives you happy memories, you're bound to do well. But obviously what he's done in the last 4 months has been right for him. He's ready to take that next step. He could indeed do what Connor Scutt did 2 and a bit years ago, but now he's got to put it into play.
Confirmation of the league standings then at the halfway point in Group C. James Wilson going through the card 5 from 5, very confident heading into tomorrow afternoon session. Tom Sykes just behind him on 8 and Connor Scutt on 6. Lee Budgen, we mentioned that match against Alex Spellman. He's on 4 points now. Do you still give him any chance of making it through to finals night?
He's got to have a good start. I know that his experiences this week have been very up and down. Sometimes he's had a decent start, like he did on Tuesday. He had a bad start on Monday, had a bad start today, but that cannot happen tomorrow. The urgency has got to kick in. It's now or never, otherwise Saturday is not going to call his name. I think if he doesn't beat Spellman, that's it.
And just finally, one word on tonight. We've got the demolition man, Darren Webster, up on this stage. How much are you looking forward to seeing him in action?
Do you know what? He's a small guy. He's full of energy. He's just a tremendous guy to be around. We might need subtitles for some of his interviews because he's very, very Norfolk, of course. We love him for that. But he's going to be as busy up here as the Ali Pali Wasp was in North London over Christmas. But he's going to be a nightmare for everybody else. He's so hungry and so energetic. He will be very, very hard to stop.
He really will. We cannot wait to get tonight's session underway. We are back on air from 9:45 tonight. Make sure you come and join us for another bumper session of darts.